I am diagnosing you with diabetes. I am diagnosing you with a personality disorder. I am diagnosing you with Alzheimer's. He's only doing it to make himself famous, abusive and exploitative, knowing that Reckful is a people pleaser who will pay people to be his friend while doing these things. If you feel suicidal, just DM me.
I
Once
guess my
again,
issue is like it feels like now
it's
intention
abusive.
does
Every
matter
fucking
because
thing.
we're to
Yeah,
people as
yeah,
possible.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't think the ends justify the means in general,
Right.
and not in this case either. Professional opinion. Do I have an explanation you can provide framed to my specifications so they know what to expect? Yes, the explanation is this. I'm making a video criticizing pseudo therapy performed live on YouTube. And um, to bolster my arguments in that video, I want to ask therapists kind of bedrock ethics questions about the basic principles of therapy, why, what they are, and why they're important. That's my explanation. Okay. What percentage of my audience supports me in my war with Dr. K? Um, I don't know. Let's find out.
I'm just fixing. Apparently, my chat box is right over your face, so I'm just gonna fix that, and then just let me know when you're ready, and I should be good to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. Take your time.
Beep, beep. I have a lot of like noob streamer problems.
Me too. I've only been streaming for like a week longer than you, so uh,
Oh, really?
we're in.
But you've been doing
Yeah,
YouTube for a long time, right?
yeah, but I never live streamed.
Oh, I see.
So I never used Twitch, so I don't know how any of this shit works either. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do a quick Twitch poll
Okay.
and see what the answer to this question is, because to be honest, I've been wondering it myself.
Yeah.
Manage poll. New poll. Do you support MrGirl's war with Dr. K? Responses. Yes. No. Start poll. So far we're at 100% no. Oh, 73% yes. 77% yes. 70, yeah, holding strong at 70, 76, 75, 72. Ew, it's not ideal.
74
All right,
are
well,
in support of your endeavor right now?
70% are in. Do you support MrGirl's war with Dr. K? Is the question. 70% have said yes.
Okay. I mean, you use like the strongest language possible, so that's pretty good.
Well, that was the question asked, you know, by my chat. So
I was gonna say, I bet you if you change the language to like rather than war, like his like accusations, I was wondering if that would change the amount of support that you got, you know?
I would imagine
But that's
69%.
the researcher in me
Ooh.
coming out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know it's not a perfect study. Um, yeah, I think my graphics card is freezing her. I think I gotta close DaVinci. Oh, and I gotta close this. Okay, now I think we're gonna be good. Okay, are you all set up and stuff?
Yes, sorry. I'm all
I'm
good to
oh,
go.
oh,
Sorry, I got
okay,
distracted.
yeah.
People
No,
were
that's
sending
fine.
me in some questions and stuff. Yeah, I'm good to go whenever you are.
What is your chat? Oh, are we gonna watch? Are we gonna look at our chats during this or not? I would
Yeah.
like to establish that.
What would you
You want
prefer?
you want to keep you want to keep an eye on your chat. I don't care either way.
So
Um,
for me, I like to watch my own stream on OBS because so my camera is obviously a virtual cam. So if I watch on my
mhm,
Discord just your face, it's actually really, like it looks to me like everyone's a robot, like slowly jumping around. Whereas if I tab out to my OBS, everything's smaller, but your
mhm.
face is clean, so I can like get real time body language feedback. So it's kind of whatever you want.
I under, I
Yeah.
understand, but
I can even X out my stream on OBS so that I don't see my chat, I mean.
I'm just asking if you want to keep an eye on your chat or not. That's all.
I think I'd rather just talk with you. So why don't I focus on that? And then if there's anything like glaring that my mods need addressed, like my mic or something is really effed up, they can DM me on the side and I'll pay attention to my Discord DMs from mods on the side. Does that work?
Okay. Yeah. Do you know how to put a compressor on your voice?
Right now?
Yeah. Do you want me to walk you through it?
Um, I can try. Yeah, I don't know how well. So my computer struggles a fair bit already with the virtual camera. So I
You're
would
using
be,
OBS, right?
yes.
Okay. So in OBS,
Okay.
right-click on the mic bar.
Mic
Like
bar.
the mic, the monitoring. You see when you talk, there's like a sound level, right? In the
Yes,
middle, it
okay.
says mic.
Do you want me to hit the cog?
No, no, right-click on the bar.
Okay.
Click filters,
Okay.
and then click the plus in the lower left,
Okay.
and then
Compressor?
click compressor. Yeah.
Okay. Is that going to keep me from topping out, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, when your voice gets above a certain threshold, it starts reducing the gain.
Okay. Sweet. Do I need to change anything in the ratios, thresholds, stuff like that, or is the
I
default
don't think so.
settings
You
pretty good?
can, but yeah, just try the default for
Okay.
now. I think it should be okay.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. And then I just did that. Is that better audio than on your side now as well, or are you just
No, it won't
helping my
affect me.
stream? Okay.
Yeah, it's just the stream. It won't affect me.
I'm sure my
Oh, you
followers
sound fine to
appreciate
me.
that. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I'll turn my compressor on too. For you. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna turn this light up because you're a little brighter than me. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's going to give me a halo effect like immediately. People are just going to think that I'm smarter because I'm got more light behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I don't want
Wait,
that.
so then should I not do glass? I'm just kidding.
Oh, Oh, you want to go? You want to fucking go? Let's go,
Ooh, I
motherfucker.
guess we should. Can you poll and see which brand of glasses people like more? Do they like the big, whatever these are? You have
Those are
more of a
like
square.
librarian glasses.
Yeah, hence the smart vibes.
Yeah. Mine's like J.J. Abrams vibes. Mine's I ruined Star Wars vibes, so I don't know. I don't know how much that's
That
gonna
might go
help.
against you, actually. Well, it depends on how your viewers feel
Yeah.
about Star Wars, I guess.
My viewers think that your glasses are better. Okay.
Oof.
Um,
I guess. Where do you want to start? How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm angry at you.
That's fair.
Yeah, your stream pissed me off
Yeah.
when I watched it. It was I'm not gonna say infuriating. Well, I'm already furious is the
Right.
problem.
Yeah.
So I have a theory. The way I think of emotions, that's not my theory. I'm sure lots of people think of it this way. But people always want to figure out like what the cause of your emotion is, right? But like if I'm mad at Dr. K and then you say some stuff that would have made me mad anyway, it's gonna make me more mad
Yes.
because you're defending someone I hate,
Yeah. Yeah. That makes
right?
sense, right? And so
And
some of that anger
and
towards him
so
is going to shift onto me.
well, I don't think it's really at him or you. I don't think it matters. Like, I think people are too invested in trying to figure out the true origin of their anger.
Mm.
And it's not an answerable question. I don't think we can really parse out what, how mad would I have been if you had said these things anyway? Like, it doesn't, I don't think it matters. I will acknowledge that I was already mad.
Okay, that makes sense. And now, if kind of what you had said before, it feels to you like I'm an individual defending somebody that you really, really dislike, like kind of stepping in between.
Right, and I only dislike him because he breaks rules that are sacred to me.
Mm, okay. Um, Maybe I'll start by telling you how I'm feeling about the conversation. I feel like that's always a good place to start.
Oh, sure.
Um, okay. So I'm feeling a mixture of like I was feeling super nervous probably earlier today. Did some self-care because I realized that going into something like overly nervous probably isn't super helpful. Um, and I really wanted to figure out like why precisely I was nervous, right? Because like when you're nervous, that means like to me it means like I feel something's at stake. So I was trying to figure out like what do I feel like is at stake in this conversation, right? Because like this is our first actual like quote unquote face to face conversation. So like what am I worried about here? Um, and I think I figured out what it is, um, which is that trying to find the right words to explain this. So there's something that you do that I really, really value. Even though I don't always agree with your positions,
Hmm.
you engage in basically radical authenticity, right? That seems to be a I could be wrong, but it seems like that's a big thing of yours, right? Like just you just want people to be like authentic and honest, right? Like not like controlling or like putting up on a certain mask or face in front of people. Just actually say what you think and feel. Is am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I really, really value that. And it's not at even at like a philosophical level because there is that. The reality is like that's not why I have like these feelings, right? The reason why I value that is actually like that's something that I've really struggled with my whole life. Not because I'm not a very authentic person, but I was like a deeply, deeply authentic person, and I got bullied quite a bit in high school for it, like for who I was. And so like my way of getting through high school to like kind of come out alive was to like figure out ways to like minimize my personality. But the way I think I did that is I like killed off certain parts of it that were like the best parts that like high school kids just thought were weird. Basically, like I was like really silly and really like quirky and stuff before, and I still have those aspects, but they I can't tap into it as as like automatically. And what I really appreciate about you, and I think like why I've been like why like I want to be friends with MrGirl, but why? Like why do I want to be friends with him? Because that matters, right? And I think it's because I'm like it's very rare to meet somebody who's authentic in like the purest sense, and that's like literally what they strive to do. And I think there's a part of me that's like I maybe if I'm friends with him and I like talk with him enough, maybe I can figure that out again too. Not that I'm like a deeply fake person. Like I don't want it to sound like I'm fake, but there's like parts of me that I think I'm still afraid to show people sometimes, right? And it seems like you don't get like I don't know if I would say you don't give a fuck, but it seems like you show those parts anyways because you think that the authenticity of showing it matters more, and you've received a lot of flack for it. And yet despite like when I receive flack for being really authentic, I kind of like cowed, I think, a little bit, whereas it feels like for you you've actually like come out almost above it of being like, fuck you, I'm gonna stay authentic. You can cancel me, you can like bully me, you can demean me, you can do whatever you want, but I'm still gonna try to like be really honest. And yeah, I just really value that. And I think that's why I'm nervous mostly is because I know that you're angry at me. And I think we're fundamentally going to disagree about some things. But part of me is like, I genuinely just actually appreciate you, I guess. And so, like, what's at stake is like the potential of whatever. Does that make sense?
You think that's going to impede your ability to be genuine or authentic in this conversation?
No, I'm going to do my best to strive to be as honest as possible.
Okay. Um, um, why do you think that friendship is at stake in this conversation? Because I'm angry.
Mm, in part, yeah. I think like friendships can be ruined by like anger that isn't managed well, right? Like if you like take out your anger and you say things that can't be taken back later, that could ruin a
I
friendship.
see. You're afraid that I will say something that makes it so that you no longer like me.
Actually, the inverse. I'm afraid that
You're
I'm
afraid
going
you'll
to.
say so,
Yeah, because you're more.
you're afraid you'll lash out,
Yeah, because if I'm being honest, I'm not very emotionally invested into Dr. K one way or the other. I like one way or the other. Like,
but you feel like I'm gonna drag you into it somehow.
well, it's obvious to me that you're emotionally invested into it, right? So like the stakes are higher for you, in my view,
Yeah, but
emotionally.
why would you lash out at me because I'm mad at you?
I'm not worried about lashing out. I am worried about saying something that like upsets you, that causes you to like either like like not believe me or view me as a bad person, I guess, more or less. Which like necessarily you're unlikely to like pursue and actually have a friendship with somebody who you think is a bad person.
I think you have a bad understanding of therapy ethics.
I think I have a bad understanding of therapy ethics.
Yeah, but I don't think that makes you a bad person.
Right. That's fair. That's just how I'm feeling. Like
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying that I'm
I guess I'm trying to
convinced
figure
either
out
way.
how you think that the anger in this situation, whoever it belongs to, will be mismanaged. Like literally, are you saying that I'm going to mismanage it by freaking out about something you say and then I won't like you anymore because you made me too angry?
Something like that. Yeah, just the potential. Like it's not. I wouldn't say it's like this deeply concrete thing, right? It's like it's an anxious worry. Anxious worries I find are oftentimes kind of anamorphous. It's just like a worry of being
Uh-huh.
like, is something going to happen that like derails the capacity for a potential friendship? In my view, before it really gets explored, right?
Okay, and part of why you want to be friends is that you feel like I can help you.
I like you, and the reason I like you is because of this thing that you're really good at that I suck at. So I respect it.
It's not just that you like it though, you also want it.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Okay.
But you can't give me it. I realize that. The most you can do is just like be yourself. And I'm like, okay, how does he do that unabashedly and like continue bravely despite, basically? How does he do that? And then I can just ask you how you do that, and you can give me an answer. I can be like, oh, interesting. I wonder if I could do that. Probably more importantly, you remind me that I can do that too, probably.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's fake,
Unless it's fake on your part or my part.
my part.
I suppose unless it's fake on your part. Is it fake?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you.
Well, that's good. Okay. So, how do you want to discuss Dr. K? I think I've laid out more of what I think than you, maybe. So you can respond. I don't know how many of my viewers have watched what you have said.
Yeah,
So
I
I can
imagine not.
summarize and I could summarize and respond, or you can respond to what I've already said. I think my viewers already know what I think at this point.
Yeah. Maybe what would be helpful for me is just to clarify, because it seems like as I've watched some of your content on this, your position on Dr. Gay has somewhat morphed over time.
Yeah, so at first it was that he's a bad therapist.
Yes.
Projecting and putting too much. Okay, maybe my viewers don't know, so I'll summarize.
Okay.
First, I thought he was a bad therapist because of his conversation with Melina, where it felt like he was inserting his own values about monogamy as though they are fact. Then watched a couple other random clips of him, and then I thought he's a bad therapist because he does that with everyone. He doesn't actually listen to anything anybody says.
Mm.
All of his questions are leading, and it feels like he's on a track, and he kind of railroads the person through the conversation, which I really don't like for a therapist to do. Not to me. I just think it's wrong.
Right.
Then some people told me that Destiny had compared me to Reckful, and
Okay.
so I knew that Destiny had this friend who had died. And then I found out he had committed suicide. Then I found out that he had talked to Dr. K. Then I found out that he had talked to Dr. K 6 times. I think that's more than anybody else has ever talked to Dr. K. Then I watched um, his sessions with Reckful. Oh, I watched the Slush video, and you know, the Slush video, I'm not a huge fan of. I think it's distracting a
With like the
bit
music and
from
stuff.
not even that, but like the yeah. Actually, I'm okay with the music. Like that's fine to me. Um, distracting in that I don't think that Slush has a good understanding of which of these things are like illegal
Mm.
and which of them are bad therapy. And
Okay.
so my view of this like keeps escalating as I look into it more. I'm like, oh, now I think Dr. K is a criminal. Um, so the Slush video points to he told Reckful said he was suicidal, and Dr. K said, "Well, you're just going to get reincarnated if you kill yourself without, fulfilling your destiny or something." And that's like yeah, like sure, that's kind of irresponsible, but it's not. I would not try to tie that to somebody's death. I don't think that that's like a major. It just seems like a very superficial. I guess that's my problem with Slush's video. It feels like he has a pretty superficial understanding of psychology and therapy, and that he didn't quite connect the dots, and certainly didn't connect the ethics dots at all. And then the other thing is he told Reckful that he would try to love him for 2 years, and then he took it back in the next session, um, which um, is horrible. It is a horrible mistake, um, but it is also the kind of human mistake that a therapist would like. Therapists make mistakes, and
Right.
like the ability to admit that you made a mistake. I don't think he really owned the consequences of that mistake, and I don't think he did any of the work necessary to clean up the mess he made by doing that.
Right.
But he did admit that he shouldn't have said that, which is the only time I've ever heard Dr. K admit that he did anything wrong in any way. So, um, that again to me felt like it's a problem, but the context around it is much more of a problem. So then I watched all the sessions through, and I've watched all of them now, and so now my view is he's breaking foundational ethics rules and laws um, in the very framing of the relationship. And so people keep asking like for a smoking gun, and so I've realized that I don't have any special. I mean, the only secret information I have about Dr. K is that he was consulting with Reckful's friends up until the day Reckful committed suicide, and that he asked for this information to be concealed. He asked his name to be removed from any discussion of this going forth, and he has never admitted that he was helping them make decisions about whether to commit him against his will or allow him to go to. He said he would go voluntarily, and he basically agreed to this plan, and then Reckful committed suicide before. Um, Obviously, he didn't go.
Right.
Um, that's the only like smoking gun, but the problem with that though is not that he made the wrong decision or that he is lying about it. Those are like PR problems. Like people keep conflating like Twitch drama with like breaking the law
Right.
and committing serious ethics violations. So
Yeah.
the problem with that is he's still acting as his physician, providing medical input into his care, um, in a state that he is not licensed to practice medicine, and with none of the responsibility that you're supposed to have in a physician-patient relationship. So the main problems I have are he did not establish a therapy relationship with Reckful ever. He told him their ongoing talks after they agreed to keep talking were for the explicit purpose of treating Reckful's depression. So at that moment, whether he says he's doing therapy or not, legally he is his physician. And legally he is practicing medicine in a state he is not licensed to practice medicine.
Right.
And then 4 sessions later, he's still saying, I want to be your friend, but I want to be your therapist, which you cannot say. You can't say that to your client or your patient, I guess, in this case. Um,
Right.
yeah, it's against the rules and it's against the law. So those are my, um, and there's some other things in there too, but I mean, yeah, the confidentiality, doing it in front of people, diagnosing him casually with BPD, then saying borderline personality disorder, then saying maybe you don't have it, maybe you do, maybe I'm your doctor, maybe I'm not your doctor. You can't do that. You can't diagnose people. It's you can't even say that you think like Trump has narcissistic personality disorder or that Biden has dementia or whatever. You can't if you're a licensed professional, you're not even allowed to do that. Much less tell somebody, I'm not your therapist and I'm not your doctor, but I'm going to publicly diagnose you and publicly disclose this diagnosis without your consent to thousands of people in real time while taking donations. There's just so many problems with it. It's almost like he's breaking so many rules at the same time that it gives people the impression that they somehow don't apply to the situation.
Okay. So maybe just so you know, I was taking notes just because I wanted to get your full understanding and then address things like separately.
Yeah,
I guess
I know.
just some questions to clarify your position. When you say breaking laws, for because you've outlined some ethics, right? The standards of maybe just clarify me which laws, because there's criminality, right? And then there's ethics. So which laws do you feel like he's broken, and then which
It is
ethics?
illegal to practice medicine without a license
Okay, that's what I thought was the
in
law.
every state.
Okay.
It is illegal to provide mental health services in Texas without establishing a patient doctor relationship.
Okay.
This is my reading of the law. I have not interviewed a malpractice expert yet, and I am looking to do that. So this is my understanding.
Okay. Yeah, no, and that's and it's probably more robust than even mine. Like I'm Canadian, so I'm distinctly unfamiliar with certain
Well,
practice laws.
This is just me googling, but my
Yeah.
understanding is you you can't practice medicine with somebody who isn't your patient.
And just to make sure, is it considered like criminal or is it just considered
Yes,
like it's a criminal offense?
it is again. There is a law. It is a
Okay.
criminal offense.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarifying that, because yeah, because there's certain things that you can be sued for that aren't criminality, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah, exactly. My understanding is that if your only license is that you are an MD, then anytime you practice therapy, you are acting as a psychiatrist. So you are also practicing medicine.
Interesting.
So if every time Dr. K asks somebody, so you have imposter syndrome, tell me what it was like for you growing up.
Right.
If
That's
that
therapeutic. Yeah.
question is if that's a therapeutic question, if he's rendering care or aid to that person with the explicit purpose of treating a psychological or psychiatric symptom,
Hmm.
he is practicing medicine.
Right. Okay.
And through talking about this or screaming about it, whatever I've been doing, I've found that not that many people disagree that he broke the rules. It seems that most of his fans don't really need to be shown that he broke the rules. They may be surprised at how many of them he's broken and how many times he's broken them, but it's clear to me now that what's missing is an understanding of why the rules are important
Hmm.
and what can happen if you break them. And so my video is becoming more a primer on therapy ethics and
Okay.
how Dr. K is not following them and why why the disastrous implications and outcomes of this.
Okay.
And so I think people need to kind of be walked through why your therapist can't why your therapist shouldn't ask you to go to a movie or ask you to travel to Europe, or ask you make a joke about grabbing your balls, or um, tell you, I could keep being your therapist, but maybe if I was your friend, we could do all this cool stuff together. Um, Tell you that they're going to uh, love you for 2 years. That just like why? Um, I think another problem is people are in a bit of denial. The rules have negative implications about all of us. Nobody wants to be told this nice person who you really like could actually do long-term psychological damage to you by, um, by saying, uh, I like talking to you. Let's go for another 20 minutes at the end of your therapy session.
Right.
Let's keep going. I'm enjoying this story. I'm having fun. People don't understand why they themselves need to be protected from behavior like that because people don't. I think they don't want to believe in like that kind of psychological fragility that like the idea that we all need to not have that happen to us. So I think I need to kind of lay out the foundations of that and then make my case that not only did he break the rules, but the rules matter. And so that's why I'm looking for experts. And I'm having a hard time trying to find people who are willing to speak about this on camera. And then you fucking come along, and then you say, well, technically it's unethical, but it's not immoral.
Yes.
And basically saying the exact thing I'm afraid that this is my fear is that I think his license is fucked. Every person I've talked to, their reaction has been, "Oh, holy shit! Did you report him?" And then, "No, I will not go on camera and talk about this."
Right.
So in the professional world,
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you
um,
that one. The professional world is decently cowardly in that regard.
yes, but you agree with me? They take this shit pretty seriously.
Oh yeah, they do take it.
So
It mixed. They take it seriously, and then you go to an ethics board, and then ethics boards take it seriously. But the likelihood of like disbarring in any professional field, I could be wrong about Massachusetts specifically, but it's very hard to fully revoke somebody's license. So, and that's not me
Massachusetts,
saying that you're wrong to file a complaint or whatever. You're fully within your purview to do
I
that.
think his license is done, but that's just my impression. The
Yeah,
closest
and
thing I found in the
yeah.
last year was a physician gave a woman breast implants, and she expressed a romantic interest in him, and he said that would be inappropriate.
Hmm.
She then emailed him saying hello and sent him a non-sexual picture of herself, and he didn't respond to the email. But because he did not respond saying "Don't email me," he got a reprimand on his license.
Yeah, they'll do reprimands. Um, it's just
That's
like
just one person. We're
yeah.
looking at over a hundred violations all over the country. I don't and she didn't kill herself.
Right.
So
Okay.
I mean even what you're saying now is infuriating to me. I really there's this weird thing where it's like, well, because Reckful killed himself, he was gonna do it anyway, or like everybody keeps saying like I'm in no way blaming, and you said this too. I in no way blame Dr. K for Reckful suicide. Well, I do.
Right.
I do. Your job when your client is suicidal or patient is to stop them from killing themselves. That's like your only job. And like it's inevitable if you're working with like severely mentally ill people that you are going to fail sometimes. Um, but if in the process of failing you have not established a therapist client relationship. You have exploited this person for clout and allowed them to exchange. Oh yeah, gift exchanging is also not allowed. You've allowed them to give you their platform. Gift exchanging, bartering is only allowed if the arrangement is not exploitative to the patient.
Hmm.
And you can't tell me that Dr. K and Reckful's relationship was not exploitative to Reckful. So that rule is again shattered. That you're going to tell someone you might have borderline personality disorder in front of a crowd, and And if you know anything about borderline personality disorder, then you know why in the same fucking breath telling them, but also if you let me off the hook of having to be your physician, maybe I'll travel to Japan with you. Then you know why that is probably one of the most destructive things you could possibly say to somebody. Um, like you want to be friends, don't you? You want me to like you, don't you, buddy? And then that is said in the same breath as I have to stop streaming with you every week because we got to make room for other people. Um, so it, if I was trying to get someone with borderline to kill themselves, that's what I would do.
Hmm. Okay.
So,
There's a
uh,
lot. So I guess where should we start is probably because I'm basically outlined
so
there's certain positions. There's some I actually
yeah,
will agree with you on, and there's some that
I
I
just
would push back on.
okay. So I just want to be clear. The equivalent to me is like, um, if you are like you're like EMS and you're rushing to a scene to resuscitate somebody and you fail, I'm not going to say it's your fault, but if you trip and fall and like break your wrist or something, and then that's why you didn't get there, and then it turns out you were drunk, and then it turns out you like weren't you actually had already had your license revoked, or like you weren't supposed to be there for some reason. Like these things,
Right,
it's
like
not that
stacking
it's
flags.
not that it's your fault the person died because they were dying anyway, but your contribution to it then becomes your fault.
Okay, so like a negligence argument, basically. It's like we're not directly.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. Negligence, malpractice, to rising to the level of criminality are these are all things I would say. So
okay,
people keep saying like, I would say he's culpable in Reckful suicide.
okay,
I wouldn't say he's to blame. I mean, obviously Reckful killed himself. I don't think you can say anyone else is more to blame than the person who kills himself, but he is culpable. Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
So for me to get full understanding, there's just a couple more like questions I want to ask you first before I like push back because I just want to make sure I fully understand you. Because I think there's nothing more annoying than debates where like literally people just start talking past each other the whole time. Um,
Okay.
so okay, so you said trying to decide which question I want to ask first. Because I wrote a couple down. So at one point you were kind of talking about like no one wants to be told that this nice guy that they really love is damaging, and how these relationships, when therapeutic client relationships get blurred, that can be really psychologically damaging. Um,
Mhm.
Precisely for you, what damage do you see when these therapeutic relationships get blurred?
Um, there's a few things that are, um, I would say, like, kind of fundamentally important to therapeutic relationships. One is boundaries. So you have to know that the person you're talking to is not going to try to have sex with you. They are not going to try to be your friend. It is not a two-way relationship. It is a one-way relationship. The only way that it is two-way is that the therapist gets money. And the reason you pay the therapist and the reason you have to pay the therapist is to ensure that the relationship is only one way.
Yeah,
And the
that's the tit
therapist
for
is
tat.
then right, and the therapist is supposed to, in exchange for the money, not have conversations with you that are for them. The relationship is not for them. They're supposed to look out for, is this just to stroke my ego? Is this supposed to make me feel good? Do I have a savior complex? Am I steering this in this direction because I find it more interesting? And they're supposed to do like countertransference and look into themselves and figure out like, uh, in what ways am I injecting my own shit into this, which is inevitable, and then how do I try to manage that or reduce that? Um, you're supposed to know that the therapist is going to be there for you during this period of time. So if you have therapy once a week at 1 p.m. every Wednesday, then the therapist will be there from 1 to 1:50 focused on you. Now, Dr. K shows up with his chat. He's looking at his chat, he's taking donations, he's thanking people, and he's trying to keep the conversation interesting because it's live, which is not for you, it's for him. and it might not even be for him; it's for the audience. The session ends when he feels like you've kind of run out of steam, or he is bored or wants to do something else. These are all things that you really need to be protected from. So I mean, I would be furious at a therapist who lets the session run on after the agreed upon time, just until they get bored or they feel like they're done. It's not about them. The boundaries are like a third party that are there to protect the client or
Mm.
patient if it's a psychiatrist.
Okay.
And I don't think people understand or really want to admit um, how damaging it can be to have a therapist who allows you to suck up to them
Okay.
and who's actually using you to make themselves feel better about themselves.
Okay. So the damage, when you said like no one wants to admit that this nice guy who seems super like nice and helpful or whatever could be psychologically damaged, the main damage you see is basically for the individuals that come on, they're not getting the protection and
Well,
safety that's offered within a traditional therapeutic client relationship.
well, absolutely. Like he the conversations are okay. Just because someone's making you feel good doesn't mean they're not abusing you,
Right.
and it doesn't mean they're not harming you. So Dr. K makes people feel good. There's just no argument about that, at least in the short term. And people think that if you're singing his praise, like, if you think your therapist is hot and they like start having sex with you in the middle of a session, like that would feel good, right? Like anybody would enjoy that. I think most people have had fantasies about their therapists or their doctors or nurses or whatever, right? But just because you would like that in the moment, that doesn't mean that it's good for you.
Right.
It's actually really bad for you in ways that are kind of subtle and hard to explain. And that kind of betrayal takes a long time to unravel and even understand that it happened. And
Okay.
so,
Okay, I think I'm understanding now. So,
yeah, so the argument that Dr. K is good for you because you feel good while you're talking to him, or because it feels good to watch him talk to people, that that is not relevant to whether he is actually helping people, and it's not relevant to whether he is harming people or breaking the rules.
okay. Okay. So,
It's the exact reason he's able to get away with breaking the rules.
so to summarize, essentially, the harm that that you kind of are concerned about and foresee is essentially it sounds to me like you're saying like there's a sacredness to a relationship with a therapist and a client in that obviously
Mhm.
the therapist is essentially giving boundaries for safety for the
Mhm.
client and
Mhm.
unconditional support.
Um,
Those are the two I
I
wrote
would
down.
say
Is there
I
more?
would
Is there
say
more? Yeah.
reliable support, not so much unconditional,
Okay.
because the therapist has boundaries too.
Right. And they need to challenge
There's
them at times too, which I think you're aware. And like you could argue that that doesn't feel conditional if they like challenge you on an idea or tell you, "Hey, you're trying to
no,
pursue
I mean
me.
that's
I
but
have to end this relationship because like if the client
right.
pursues a
If you
therapist,
show
they
up
should end
outside
it."
your therapist's house
Yes.
more than once or twice, I assume they're going to end the therapy relationship, and like that. So the therapist has boundaries too, and they need to be protected as well. Absolutely. So yeah, I don't want to say unconditional,
Okay.
but reliability,
Okay.
reliable support, confidentiality, um, a safe place to be yourself, to feel your feelings and express your feelings, knowing that there are not onlookers and that no one else is going to know about what you are saying. Because you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're going to say, and you don't know why you're saying it, and you don't know what the implications of what you're saying are until much later.
Okay.
And that's why it has to be confidential.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm understanding you
And these are
there.
these are things that uh, you can you you can in writing waive your right to confidentiality if you agree to do like a session as like a part of a demonstration or something. But a mentally ill person like Reckful cannot meaningfully consent to that. And
Yeah.
you can't consent to a half therapy relationship. The state won't let you. The
Right.
law won't let you. The ethics board won't let you. You're not allowed to no matter what you sign, you cannot have someone sort of be your therapist. And so the counter arguments here are like, well, they had a really complicated relationship. Like you don't know all their history. No ethics board wants to hear that. It's either is this person your your patient or not. And
Right.
if there's an answer that's longer than yes or no, you're breaking the law.
Right. Okay. Um, I guess second, this is more just from my understanding, I think, of you is trying to understand like why specifically, because like you've kind of said, like you're not a mental health profession or anything like that, but obviously like this topic matters a lot to you. And normally you'd expect to see like some other mental health professional kind of take on the banner because it's their field, right? You're going to be more invested to protect your own field because I'm invested in my field, right? What for
I'm
you
very invested in this field.
yeah. So I guess what
Yeah.
for you has caused you to be like so invested in this Dr. K situation?
Um, my grandfather is a psychologist, or was till he died. Dr. Carson, with a K. My father is a psychologist, Dr. Carson, with a K. I have a
Interesting.
bachelor's in psychology. I was raised learning about um, just clinical psychology, like around the house, principles. I edited my father's book on therapy when I was in college. Um, yeah, yeah, I just grew up with it. I guess it's like the family trade,
Okay.
and so um, I didn't go into the field myself because I my artistic impulses to divulge stuff about myself and express myself very publicly made it so that it wouldn't really work. Um, like you can't have like a rap album and a porn video and be an effective therapist.
Yeah, I was gonna say the
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a mess. So um, I don't want to do that. But and then I was a personal trainer for I guess I still am. I have one client left, but I was a personal trainer for like 5 years, and a lot of that was basically doing therapy. Um, no rules and no boundaries, other than the ones that I wanted to set. You're allowed to date your clients if you're a personal trainer,
Yeah.
um, and be friends with them. And so I had different relationships with different clients, but I would say that some of those relationships, um, especially with like kids, uh, were super therapy like. With me being like, you know, just making space for them and doing as much as I could to not inject myself into the relationship, and it was a way to most people who want a personal trainer need a therapist.
Yeah, that's what I've
So
heard
it's
from I have friends that are personal
yeah,
trainers
they
and
just
stuff,
want
so
to talk about their lives, and like most people don't know why they can't stop eating, and like you have to it always has something to do with boundaries, and so like just like teaching people how to set boundaries and finding out like what the relationship structure in their life is like missing to help them figure it out.
hmm
um do I have any other connections to therapy as a I mean, obviously I've been to therapy, but a lot of people have. I don't think they feel as passionately
yeah.
about it. I mean, I've had these rules hammered into me since I was
Yeah, I was gonna say the family
uh, uh,
trait is
since I was a
huge.
child.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's interesting that you had therapy like relationships. So, because one of the big questions that I've been struggling with this whole topic is what is therapy? Because it's actually a pretty like not well defined thing, right? There's definitions online, but it's an issue that I think this situation with Dr. K highlights to me that our field is woefully unprepared for answering that question, and we need to figure it out in the face of like technology.
Okay, I just agree.
That's fair. Um, I guess the reason why I would say that is because as technology has essentially shrunk the world, the idea of having like clients within and without of state um, creates these like really strange situations where you might be the best qualified, you might be the person that a client prefers. Even in situations, say if you have a client that is in in your I'll use Canada, in your province, and then they move, they have to be referred out to somebody else, which has been, when I've been talking with psychotherapists during COVID particularly, this has been a really, really
Hmm.
strange experience because they're like, we're doing online therapy. Nothing about the setting has changed at all, but they moved states
Hmm.
because of COVID. They like found a job elsewhere. And so this client who I've had a really strong rapport with, especially when you get those clients that have been like pretty resistant to therapy, and for whatever reason they just click with you, and so it seems to motivate them. I think a lot of therapists really struggle with like, how do we pass this off, and like, do we need to find more like federal level colleges to be regulating therapy rather than like state level?
Um, okay.
Um,
Yeah, I can see your argument for with COVID, especially for um, allowing their licensed therapists to practice with a client that has moved. Like, but that's not relevant to Dr. K.
yeah, yeah. COVID doesn't. He's been doing this before COVID.
Yeah. And your question, I just so strongly disagree that it's hard to define what is and isn't therapy.
I would say as somebody like in the field, it's actually really difficult to define, because
Well, I think that's problematic that you're saying that.
that's fair.
I think I think that you are probably breaking ethics rules just saying that.
Probably not.
I don't think you should be in public. I think you're damaging the field, and I think you are potentially damaging your clients if they hear you in public saying, I don't really know what is therapy and what isn't therapy. Your job is to shunt every person you talk to needs to explicitly know. And we're talking about your feelings, right? So at the beginning of this conversation, am I your therapist?
That's, to be honest, that's part of the issue, right? Is
If
um,
you don't know if you don't know whether I'm your therapist or not, then I think you've got some serious fucking problems with your understanding
I
of
don't
how
think
therapy
you're my
works.
therapist, right? That's
But
not.
are you sure? Like you need to
Yes.
be sure that are
Yeah,
you sure I'm not your therapist?
yes, because
Okay,
I
you
think
just
there are
asked me,
some things that are very clear that make things therapy, right? There are certain
but you
things
need you
that are
need to
very clear.
manage all of your relationships
Yep.
so that they are clear. And if they
Yep.
are not clear, then if they're not clear to you, then you shouldn't be in them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very clear, right? Just to be clear, I don't want to have like assumptions made about like my practice based on like just a couple of statements, just because the reality is like you don't actually know anything about my practice.
Your
Um,
statements affect your practice because you are in a
Absolutely.
public forum.
But you also haven't heard the full form of my statement, right?
It doesn't matter.
Sure, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I would say it does, right? Because the question of what is therapy is a conversation that I have with professionals at professional conventions regularly.
It
Because,
doesn't. It doesn't matter.
yes, it does. It does matter what is therapy, right? Because we
Not to
have
the
to.
not the criticism I just levied at you is that your clients could hear any snippet of this conversation,
Mhm.
and
And
I think it is damaging to your practice to have to for people to hear you say that you're not sure when a relationship is a therapy relationship or not.
that's not what I said, though, right?
Okay.
I
So
posed the question
okay,
of what
so
is precisely therapy.
okay, so let's back up. My criticism of Dr. K is that he has relationships where people do not know if it is therapy, and that fact
Yes,
is a violation of the ethics.
right, right.
You are now changing the subject to something that sounds identical but is actually completely unrelated of defining when in therapy begins and when it stops.
I'm actually defining a key word to the conversation is what is therapy? Is it a
It doesn't matter.
contract? It does
It's
matter.
not it has nothing to do with the conversation.
I would say it's like fundamental. I mean, we can bypass it, but I would say it's fundamental to the conversation.
The reason it doesn't matter is because if somebody thinks you are doing therapy with them and you are a therapist, you have to either stop what you're doing or become their therapist. If I start saying, "Wow, this feels really good to talk to you about why I'm so angry about this Dr. K thing. Like it feels so good to really talk to a professional about this."
Mhm.
You are professionally obligated to end the conversation if I say that.
There's definitely nothing in the ethics that outline that clearly. You are professionally obligated to outline to them, I am not your therapist. We are not engaging in therapy.
But do you think after that you can then say, but tell me more about your family business?
No, I think you need to say, are we clear on that? And there's something with Dr. K that I would agree with you on, that his DTRs
So
need to be
you
more
think,
clear.
wait, you think if I say, I'm so glad to talk to a mental health professional about my anger at Dr. K because it's really been bothering me.
Right.
And I say, this is great therapy or whatever, in an offhanded, or I say, oh, this is therapy. If you say, just to be clear, this isn't therapy. If I say, oh, okay, yeah, it's not therapy, you think you can then continue to say, but what were you saying about your father?
That's a good question, actually.
You are positing that if you can convince a
I'm just
mentally ill
wait. Can I
person,
think
wait,
about it for 2 seconds? Because you give me a hypothetical, so I want to answer this from what would I do as a professional first, right? Like what would I do? And I'm just taking a moment to like think and like run it through my head, being like, have I ever experienced this? I've never experienced this situation, because I'm very very clear with my boundaries around things like this. So if I was talking to somebody and they said, I really appreciate that you're doing therapy with me. And I was like, hey, just, this really isn't therapy. Would I continue the conversation? And they said, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Would I continue the conversation being like, and now tell me about your father? I probably wouldn't prompt a continuation, right? I would probably leave it at that of being like, just so you know, this isn't therapy. And then they might be like,
okay.
oh,
So then
okay.
I say, yeah, yeah, it's not therapy. But anyway, I want to talk more about my childhood and how it's affecting I'm having a really tough time now, and I want to talk about how that's affecting me.
I probably would start posing questions and being like, why do you want to
There's
specifically
only
talk about
one
this?
type of
Right?
healing.
I'm going to
That is
start
a therapy question.
and this is the line of like, when is it like, right? Here's this issue of
So
like, if I
I can
talk
give
with
you the
somebody,
answer. I can tell you the answer.
I don't think you can, right? This is the issue of like
Well, do you want to
professionals.
hear what I think you want to hear what I think the answer is in
Sure,
my
definitely
stupid
can.
untrained naivete?
That's not at all
Okay.
what I'm saying.
The answer is that it does not matter what the client or patient thinks is happening. You getting them to say whether something is therapy or not has no bearing on the ethics of what you are doing. It is irrelevant. Them saying that they think it's therapy is a signal to you that you are in murky water for sure.
Yes,
But them
absolutely.
saying it's not therapy has no bearing on whether what you're doing is ethical or not. It is your job as a licensed therapist to determine whether what you are engaging in is therapy or not.
Absolutely. And which is an absolute critique that I think is valid towards Dr. K. I
So,
don't think he does
people
enough.
keep saying that he has a disclaimer.
He does
The
have a disclaimer.
disclaimer does not do anything.
I don't think that that's true. I would argue it doesn't do enough, right? I think this is
It
the
doesn't do
gap between like,
anything.
there's
Telling
best
somebody
practice.
it's like if you grab someone's ass and say I'm not sexually harassing you. And they're like, "Oh, well thank you for saying that. Good. I'm glad I agree you're not sexually harassing me." And then like somehow that makes grabbing their ass without their knowledge beforehand, if you can talk them into it afterwards, then
I
that
guess
means
like
that you didn't do it.
this doesn't right like talk them into it, right? Like it's like you're trying to like manipulate them into it, which isn't. I think the issue is like, to what extent do we give our
Your
clients?
intentions don't matter.
They absolutely do.
No, they don't.
To some extent, intentions
No,
absolutely
to zero
matter.
extent. Your intentions do not matter whatsoever. In the topic of ethics in therapy, your intentions are completely irrelevant.
With
You
an
honestly
ethics
think
board, with an ethics board, absolutely. However, I would
yes,
say
that's what
that
we're talking about.
what you're bringing up
That's what we're
is
talking about. So my
absolutely murky, because there is a disclaimer, and at that point, if the client still consents, it's in murky water of, are you
how
required
can
as a
they're not even
professional?
if there's a disclaimer then they're not the client.
I'm using the client language because like I think that that's apt. We can use a different
Consents to
word.
what?
If they
How,
consent to
you can't you
say, if the contract in your relationship that you negotiate is, we're going to talk about feelings, we're going to talk about stuff, but this isn't going to be therapy and I'm not your therapist. And then that person says, I agree to that, right? That's the contract that you've established between you two.
no, no,
Absolutely.
no. No, that's ridiculous. But you think you by definition a mentally ill person cannot consent to they're going to just say yes to whatever. A people pleaser like Reckful rented out an entire apartment in his building just to get his friends to live there for free. You think that motherfucker's not going to agree to whatever fucking weird arrangement you present to him? The ethics rules are there to prevent things like that from happening, to prevent the exact thing that you are proposing from happening, where we're going to have a relationship where we talk about your feelings. And I am a therapist. You and I have no other relationship other than these conversations where we're here to talk about your feelings. But do you agree that I'm not your therapist? The only reason to have that conversation is to protect yourself, which is against the rules. You cannot do that. You can't say, I'm going to have all the good parts of being somebody's therapist. They trust me. They like me. They want to give me stuff. They worship me. People think I save them. People think I'm a good person, but I have none of the bad. I have to have all these rules. It has to be in private. I can't talk about it with anybody. I can't exploit them. I can't take gifts from them. Oh, and if they fucking kill themselves, people are going to look at me and, like, kind of investigate what exactly the fuck was I doing with this person.
Right.
You cannot set a relationship up with a mentally ill person or potentially mentally ill person like that and say that just because they consented to it, it's ethical. No, the rules clearly forbid it, and this is why.
So
You can't do that.
when it comes to intent, if we're trying to establish that he's a criminal, intent absolutely matters for criminality. It's an important,
No,
yes, it does. It's an
no,
important part
no,
of
it
criminal
doesn't.
proceedings. Intent is actually very fundamental to
Do you
criminal
want to read the
proceedings.
law? It's an important part of some criminal proceedings. The
Yeah,
law says it is illegal to render professional mental health care or aid to somebody if you are a physician and you are not licensed in Texas, and if you do not establish a patient-physician relationship.
right. But if you establish that it
If
is
you
not a
you
patient
didn't mean
client,
to. Oh, I thought she was 18. I thought it was legal to drive drunk. It is well established in the United States of America, and I don't know how they do things up there in
to
fucking Canada.
prove
But
malicious
if you
malpractice, though, you're going to have to prove a certain level of intent.
no,
I would say so.
no, Dr.
That's
K, Dr. K wanting to be a good person does not protect him. You don't get to keep your license if you're fucking killing people. But just if you, I thought I was helping him. I thought offering to travel to Europe with someone with borderline personality disorder was going to help him out. I didn't know. No,
he
that is
didn't.
not how it works.
Yeah, so to be clear, he didn't have borderline personality disorder, and Dr. K was explicit in not diagnosing him with BPD at all.
Incorrect. He said,
I wrote it
okay,
down
so
verbatim.
answer me this. If Dr. K was explicit in not diagnosing him, why did he say, I'm not saying you have BPD, but there's research that shows that people with BPD can be cured if somebody loves them for 2 years. And you know what, Reckful? I'm going to try to love you for 2 years. You're saying that is not at all. You're saying that is very clear. You're saying that's as clear of a non-diagnosis as if he said, "Hello, Reckful. I like your couch." Both statements are a total non-diagnosis of BPD, or would you agree that maybe one is kind of getting a little bit murky into the waters of it? It kind of is a diagnosis, but he's saying he's not diagnosing him because he doesn't want to, break the law.
See, that's the problem with all of Dr. K is that there's lots of murkiness. His
Will
explicit
you answer my
verbatim, yeah,
question?
I'm
Will you
going
answer
to.
my Do
I
you
will.
agree that it is a semi-diagnosis?
No. He
You think it is
explicitly
as
said,
clear as day? Yes,
I
I
am
know
going
I
to
know what
tell
he
you about
said.
BPD. I
Do
am
you
not
think that
diagnosing. The reason
do you
why I
understand
think
there's
this
a
is
difference between
relevant is
saying you're doing I don't want to move on from this topic.
I'm not moving on from this topic.
You are.
How
Do
so?
you understand that there's a difference between saying you're doing something and doing it?
Of course, there's always a difference. However, I think that
Okay.
when we're parsing
So
out
you
the
think it was
words,
clear?
the
You think it was
verbatim
clear to
words matter, right?
I don't care. Do you think it was clear to everyone in the audience and to Reckful himself and to you and me that Dr. K does not think Reckful had borderline personality disorder?
I would say it was decently clear. It was
Decently clear.
decent. I already told you that there's lots of things about Dr. K that are murky. I'm not saying
I'm
he's
not
at
asking
best
about lots
practice.
of things. I don't care about what you're saying. I don't want to change the subject.
I'm not
I want
changing
you
the
to answer.
subject. I'm saying there is
You
best
are.
practice, there is murky, and then there's impermissible.
Everything
And we
you
need to figure
say
out if there
has
are
to either be a
impermissible.
diagnosis or not a diagnosis.
No.
It is illegal, or at least unethical. I think it might also be a law to say something, or I guess if you're across state lines in this case and someone's not your patient, it is illegal to say something that is sort of a diagnosis.
I I'm pretty sure that it's not illegal, right? If it was illegal, to be honest, there would be a lot more There are so many therapists who like quasi-diagnose other people's partners. It happens all the time. If you're working with a client who's got like a pretty shitty partner, they'll often be like, "Wow, it really sounds like your partner might have BPD." It really sounds like this happens a lot in therapy. And we could also have the discussion of is that appropriate in therapy? But it's not criminal.
That is, you're changing the subject.
You
Do you agree? Okay, do you agree with the premise for this conversation that in the state of Texas, you can't practice medicine unless you have a license, and you can't practice medicine or mental health care with somebody unless you are their doctor?
Yep.
Do you
That,
believe that?
yeah, that seems to be the
Okay. Do you believe that when
the
Dr.
mandate.
K renders a diagnosis, that he is practicing medicine?
I am disagreeing that he is rendering a diagnosis.
Do you agree that if he rendered a diagnosis, he's practicing medicine?
If he rendered a diagnosis, I think absolutely there are grounds that you could go to the
Just
ethical
yes or
board
no. Do you think
and
if
claim.
you
I'm
diagnose
not
somebody
giving you
as a
yes or
doctor,
no's because there's a couple of things
wait.
where you
I can't.
attach a sentence and then a
If you can't
question.
answer this question, I don't think I can continue talking about this with you. I need you to be able to answer this. If a doctor diagnoses somebody, and I'm not talking about Dr. K, if a doctor tells somebody, I am diagnosing you with diabetes, I am diagnosing you with a personality disorder, I am diagnosing you with Alzheimer's. If a doctor provides a diagnosis to somebody, are they practicing medicine? If you can't answer this, we're gonna have to change the subject.
I said yes to that already.
Okay, my next question. If a doctor tells you you don't have Alzheimer's, if a doctor tells you you don't have diabetes, and if a doctor tells you you don't have borderline personality disorder, is that doctor practicing medicine?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you think if you have a friend who's a dermatologist and they
Okay,
look at a lump on your arm and they say, "Oh, that's nothing. You don't have cancer."
okay, yeah, no,
And
I'll
then,
back
and
that
well,
up. Yes,
hold
that
on,
would
let me
be
finish.
practicing
Let me
medicine.
finish. Then the cancer spreads, and it turns out it's now spread to your brain. You don't think that doctor is at all responsible for telling you you don't have a diagnosis?
Okay, if you're going to pin me on stuff, then we have to like stick to the stuff because this is now an extra addendum. So if a doctor also says to you, you do not have this diagnosis, I'm going to change that and say, okay, yes, that would also be medicine. The problem is that Dr. K said neither of those statements. Dr. K explicitly said, I'm going to tell you about BPD, but I am not diagnosing you. So he didn't say you don't have BPD or you don't have
Hmm.
bipolar disorder,
He
right?
said, okay, so if a doctor says to you, um, I'm not telling you that you have diabetes, but here's a diet that I would recommend to somebody who does have diabetes, and I want you to follow that diet.
Well, he didn't say I want you to
And
follow that diet in this case. Like
in
in
this
the
example,
analogy. Yeah, in the analogy,
okay,
transfer over to what Dr. K did. Yeah.
um, in therapy, the relationship is the prescription. The relationship is the treatment. So I would say that it is a perfect analogy because he's saying, I'm going to have the kind of relationship with you that cures BPD.
I would say relationships are definitely part of the prescription. I wouldn't say therapists prescribe that though. That's
My
the
point is
nature
that
to like why
I
you
think it's
think
a
it's
good
therapeutic.
analogy. It's a good analogy to show that while I agree with you, he is making disclaimers to make it seem like he is not providing a diagnosis. He is saying, I'm going to do for you the thing that would cure somebody with borderline.
Okay, so when it comes to the statement about okay, I'm going to be there for you, I'm actually
Hmm.
behind you 100% that that
But
was
do
really
you agree that
problematic.
that is connected? You're not
I'm not
addressing
agreeing
the
that
fact.
that's practicing
I don't
medicine
care if
though.
you agree. I just want you to address this. Do you see why I think connecting,
Oh yeah, I
saying I'm
totally
going
see
to
that.
do,
That makes sense. Like from your
okay.
yes, yeah, I can see why
So
you think that. I
you see that
disagree.
Reckful could leave that conversation thinking, oh, he's doing the thing. What we've already established is Dr. K winks, says he's not doing something, and then does it. So we already know Dr. K is not doing therapy. He's not acting as a physician right now.
Right.
He's
Which is
not
why I said,
practicing medicine.
yeah, and
And
that's
now
why
he's
this is
and
all
now he's
murky.
now he's now he's not diagnosing me. So do you see why I think that that could constitute in the eyes of an ethics board providing a diagnosis?
Oh, 100%. I think that's the issue though, is that like it's gonna kind of depend to the ethics board, because when I look through the ethics, I would say it is murky to say firmly whether it is or isn't an
If
actual
things are
client.
murky, you are already fucked. It can't be murky.
Not necessarily, not with ethics, right? There's like best practice, and then there's
I
okay, and
just
then
don't
there's
agree.
impermissible.
I just completely don't agree.
That's
Bar
fair.
your bar for saying he broke a rule is he has to say, I am illegally practicing therapy in a state where I'm not licensed with someone who I have no professional obligation or liability to, and I am now hereby announcing that you have this personality disorder.
So I guess my issue is, why is it illegal? Why is it illegal to practice outside of your state? Like, what's the harm
Because
risk?
this because each state does not agree that every other state uh, has the same standards. Each
Right.
state sets its own standards.
Right, which is why these things get murky. The purpose of ethics boards is to distinctly deal with cases where things are murky, right? That's precisely what the purpose of an ethics board is to investigate situations where obviously the clinician is going to say, I didn't do anything wrong, right? We're going to assume that they're mostly going to say that. And it's up to the ethic board to evaluate and go, did they, right? They have to evaluate, because there are
Yeah,
many
but
things in ethics with mental health that are murky.
you're way too focused on whether he thinks he did anything wrong.
Not
Then that
entirely.
does not matter.
I'm
It
willing to
doesn't
shift.
matter.
I'm willing to shift out of intent and like have more like kind of like, is the actions by themselves problematic? But I'm still saying
Okay.
it's murky. I went through the ethics pretty closely and like tried to evaluate. And I flagged, if you want, I can. There are certainly ones where I'm like, probably he's going to get a slap for that. I imagine he will, but it might not
Uh, uh,
be malpractice
well,
to the extent that
all
they can
these are
push for criminal
multiplied by
charges.
time. A lot of them are multiplied by times 100. So I
Right.
don't know. I don't know what the equivalent of 100 slaps on the wrist is.
Well, that's again,
Plus
that's up to the
one
ethics board.
suicide.
Are they going to count it as like all these separate instances? Are they considering it as one set of pattern behaviors where he is murky on one consistent ethic across the board? They might treat that as like one, right? And I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I'm not the ethics board. That's one where I'm like, to be honest, like, I don't know what the ethics board is going to decide. That's why
Yeah.
they're
My
there.
other problem with your approach to this is that you think the ethics rules are not aligned with your morality.
Uh, I don't think I've ever
You
stated
said it
that. Do you want to explain what you mean
you
by that?
said you said it's not you said it's unethical for him to practice therapy with someone who's not his client, but it's not immoral.
Right.
You compared it to somebody driving without a license to try to bring food to somebody in like another country.
Right. Yeah.
And that just makes me think that you don't understand that the ethics rules are to protect the client.
To some
That is
extent.
why
To some
these
extent.
rules are to protect the client. And it makes me think you don't understand the sanctity of the therapist client relationship.
So there's no implication about me here specifically. Like I would, I guess like, if I'm moving now to like a meta level of like Kyla to MrGirl, I'm just gonna ask you like, I'd prefer if you don't like make a bunch of assumptions about my practice. I can understand why to some extent you would, but like, I'm not here defending my own practice, right, at all. We're talking about Dr. K.
I cannot make statements about it, but I'm making assumptions about it.
That's fair enough. I just like, I don't want to have like a large streamed conversation that becomes just about me and my practice, because it's like my practice isn't under question at all right now.
I'm not trying to yeah, I'm not trying to talk about your practice. I'm trying to talk about your understand.
My understanding. That's fair. Like, I might be a big dumb loser, and that's totally fine. I'm fine with you feeling that way.
I
It's
don't
just
think
you
you're
saying
dumb. I think you are um
a bad mental health
probably
professional, like unethical,
no.
an unethical.
I think you are used to, based on what you've said about your practice, situations where you need as much protection from the client as, or maybe more, than they need from you, but that is not standard.
So I don't feel that way at all.
Okay.
I've had long-winded conversation with professionals about the purpose behind ethics in like ethics classes. And this isn't again, before I like go on, I apologize if it ever sounds like I'm trying to be like, I'm the professional, you're the layperson, you dumb, I
You
smart
are.
smart, you listen. That's
No,
not
that's
at all
fine.
what
You
I'm
are the
saying.
professional. That's fine.
Yeah, I would
I
never, me being correct has nothing to do with me being a professional. A professional can be wrong. That's literally what we're talking about with Dr. K, right? So I just don't want to be using like some like sneaky
Dr.
appeal
K
to
knows
authority.
he's breaking the rules.
I would agree. He knows he's breaking some like ethics. Yeah. Or liability.
You see, he
Liability
stated it
specifically.
explicitly.
Right. But the issue is that liability might not necessarily become an ethics breach. It's probably going to be murky, and an ethics breach might not become an immoral action like a crime.
This is why I'm saying I don't think you understand the purpose of these rules.
So ethics is to protect the client, but it is also a necessary relationship with practitioners and the insurance companies that offer us protection from suits, right? And certain rules
Yeah,
around
but all
ethics
of
are
that
to create
ultimately,
limits that insurance companies are no longer liable for, because insurance companies say that behavior is so extreme we don't want to cover it. There's too much risk, and we're just going to say it's not okay in the practice to do. And when I say
yes, but
when we're getting
ultimately,
there, it's
even
not necessarily immoral.
it is ultimately all in service of the client.
The practice is, but the ethics actually oftentimes are both. They are both there to serve the client and to protect the practitioner.
The okay, sure, but to protect the practitioner from an accusation in court that they harmed the client.
Right, because sometimes clients get really disgruntled and they make false accusations against practitioners. Right, that would be
That's
one
fine, but
example where
the whole
liability comes
system
in
is
and
in
protects you.
place. All of this is in place to protect the client at
And
the
the
end of the day.
practitioners. It actually is for both. Absolutely it
Um,
is.
I don't think. Yes, okay, I agree that some of it's to protect the practitioners, but the rules we're talking about, framing like you have to have established a therapist-client relationship in order to practice therapy. That rule is there to protect vulnerable people, not practitioners.
And insurance companies from liability suits. I would
I,
argue it
I
is
think I
both.
think it is such a damaging thing to say. I can't believe you're saying that. It is so bad for people to hear that.
Why is that?
Um, because um, the people's negative opinion of therapy is that the therapist just wants you to come in and sit there and twiddle your thumbs while they take your money.
Okay.
And when you talk about people breaking ethics rules as though the main problem with that might just be that the insurance companies won't like it, it makes it sound like um, you you don't care about the client,
It's not at
and it
all
makes it
about
sound
not
like
caring about the client. It's the fact that I have
that's how
serious
it's
issue
what
with
it's a,
insurance companies arbitrating
I
what
can I can
practice people
tell
do and limiting
I can see
care.
I can see that, but I think this chip on your shoulder about insurance companies is distracting from what are bedrock principles of psychotherapy
I don't
and
think insurance companies
the
care about
sanctity.
clients.
I I don't care about insurance companies. It's not what I'm talking about. Bedrock principles of psychotherapy. You and the sanctity of the therapist-client relationship, the
Mhm.
sanctity of confidentiality and reliability. You are like just it's just completely unrelated to insurance companies. And you brought it up on your stream too. And I think it is such a damaging message to send that to put yourself out there as a counselor saying this message that the ethics are not really there to protect you.
I've
They're
never
to
said
protect.
that.
They're not even to protect. I know, but the implication is there, and I think it is very damaging and destructive. And it's part of why I am angry hearing your take on this.
That's fair. I think I we might just be at a place of like fundamental disagreement. I think people find it um I think it's important to be honest as a practitioner about everything, right? I think that honesty is a really big thing for
I
me. Like
completely disagree.
I want to be fully clear with a client about details of and boundaries and all these things. And when I'm psychoeducating people in part on like what's going on, the reality of some ethics is absolutely because insurance companies don't want to be liable for certain things.
You are setting. I completely disagree. This is not a situation where you should be honest. Because the problem isn't that you think this. The problem is that you're saying it. It's fine
Yeah,
if you
no,
think this,
I hear
but
that. Yeah.
you should not be saying this to the general population. Oh, you know, it's really the ethics board that doesn't want us to go to a movie after the session. If I could, I would.
That's not what I'm saying.
It calls every boundary that is being held into question. The implication is, if the ethics board let me, I would do all kinds of shit that break the rules.
Right. And so I guess so again, this is like where I'm struggling because it's again shifting into this is now about me again, right? In large part as a practitioner and as like a mental health
But you're out
professional.
here saying this shit. I'm not trying to say that you break the rules. I'm saying that you are implying that here's the exact thing I'm worried about is that
Hmm.
Dr. K's fans are going to think these old 60-year-old fucks who don't understand the internet and don't understand gamers and don't understand how much Dr. K has helped me personally are going to come and ruin this thing that is so important to me. And so I am trying to provide a context for why this is or may be happening, why Dr. K may not be able to continue doing what he's doing,
Hmm.
certainly in the way he's doing it. I want to educate these people so that they understand no, it's not just because MrGirl hates his father. No, it's not because he got canceled. No, it's not because Reckful killed himself and MrGirl has a chip on his shoulder for some reason and has inserted himself into this Twitch drama. I want to provide a foundational explanation of why these rules are actually important for protecting the mental health of the populace. And you're here implying that, well, maybe, but if it weren't for these damned insurance companies,
So this,
maybe things would be a lot looser. And
yeah,
I think even bringing it up is such a damaging message to send. It's such a terrible idea that I
that's fair.
condemn you for doing this.
I guess I need to clarify that I don't think that we can equate the moral weight of an ethics breach that is there to protect the client because I think those are most important and those are the fundamental purposes of ethics. But there are other purposes behind ethics as well. And we can't
I don't
equate
care.
we can't equate the moral weight of breaching an ethics that is there to protect a client with the ethical weight of breaching an ethics rule that is there to protect insurance companies from liability.
I am clearly on a moral crusade. Do you not see that?
No, yeah, you definitely are.
Okay. So I'm not bringing up any of these rules. Just obviously, I'm saying he is behaving immorally. I think what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to make arguments of like there's no point at which I'm saying like um well when the insurance company hears about this they're not going to be happy, are they? Looks like you done fucked up, Dr. K. That's not my tone here.
Yeah.
My tone here is that you are hurting people
Yeah.
and one of them is dead.
Right. I, I want to be really careful in talking about the Reckful situation specifically for a couple of reasons. Number one, I didn't know him, and so like the tragedy of the situation is not lost, I think, to either of us. I didn't personally know him at all, so I want to be like,
I didn't know him either.
okay, I have no idea.
I didn't know he existed until a month ago.
Right. I think the concern that I have is that do I think that there are ethics breaches that are going on here with Dr. K? Absolutely. Do I think there are certain behaviors that he's done that are immoral? I actually would say yes to a couple. We would agree on
Oh,
a
like
couple of
what?
those.
Then
I
let's try to agree on some stuff. Like what I don't why are you making like do you not want to say do you not want to criticize Dr. K?
No, I'm totally willing to criticize Dr. K. Like I said, I'm not
Well,
emotionally
you're fucking
invested.
trying to have it both ways.
No,
You're being very like um middle of the road here. So
sure.
what do you think?
Yeah, do
Why
you
don't
want me
you
to
just
give
say
like
what you
I'll
think?
go like meta and explain like kind of why I'm pushing against certain ideas in the way that you am, while I'm saying like, but I do have critiques, when all I've said is, as you can say, all I've said is defenses of him, right? Do you want me to like kind of explain why I'm pushing back in this specific way? Like what my goal, I suppose, is with like the
Sure,
narrative
whatever
that
you
I'm,
want.
yeah.
I will listen to whatever you want to say.
Okay. So basically, my concern is initiating a witch hunt against an individual where potentially ethics breaches that are ethical and liability related are being conflated with moral breaches. I am concerned about instigating a witch hunt against a practitioner that I'd broadly say, if his Twitch streams are similar to his actual private practice as well, I'd say he's pretty decent, right? You might be like he's
Oh,
not the
Jesus
best.
fucking Christ. He's terrible.
I would say he's
He's literally stupid. He's a terrible practitioner.
I would say that
I think
that's
he's like probably the worst therapist I've ever seen practice therapy.
that's fair, and that might be because you don't prefer his style, but I really disagree with you on that one. Like I think
Okay,
he's
that's
actually
fine.
pretty good, which is fine. We don't need to get into like whether he's a good therapist or not necessarily.
No. Okay, so tell me about the witch hunt. What makes something a witch hunt?
Trial by media, which in COVID times and with like Twitch and everything happens really readily, right? Let me think. Gamergate is a good example, right? You had this thing born out where a kind of a disgruntled boyfriend who had some shitty situations kind of raised the flag of being like, hey, there's a lot of like indie game. Do you know much about? I don't want to explain Gamergate if you know the like details of broadly what it
Well, you
is.
can tell the audience
Okay, sure.
if you want. I
Um,
know the details.
Okay, so like basically, you basically have an
They probably
allegation.
know too, honestly.
That's true. They probably know more than I do. But right, we have this situation that started with, to be honest, a legitimate issue that was going on, which was that there were a bunch of kind of indie game competitions that were happening. There were individuals that were sleeping with judges and winning these indie games that arguably they maybe shouldn't have been winning. So it was kind of this issue where indie game competitions are really, really important for game content creators because that's like how they get out there. So it's just like
Yeah,
stacking
yeah,
the
yeah.
game against them, which just fucking sucks. Like it's slimy, right? So this was kind of whistleblown. There was an ex-boyfriend who knew that this was happening with his ex-girlfriend, and he kind of outed her for it, and it took off. And the problem is that the ex-boyfriend just had a critique of this, but it
Mhm.
exploded eventually into the creation of kind of the alt-right and like this whole kind of crazy world, right, where a bunch of like there was women getting harassed. There was some really bad situations that came out of Gamergate with like women getting harassed, death threats, all sorts of things, when it's like there were women getting harassed that had literally nothing to do with any of this, that were just like part of the gaming community.
Yeah.
That to me is where something starts in a legitimate area. I think you have some legitimate critiques of Dr. K. I actually think that you raise really important things that, as a field of psychology specifically, we need to address. And I actually don't think we're addressing it well in modern times. And I think Dr. K is pointing out these issues of that. And I would say, like, and he's overstepping lines a lot.
Okay, okay. You're conflating, and I want you to explain the difference to me,
Sure.
or if you think they're the same. I obviously don't think it's a witch hunt
Not yet, no.
because I okay, so what are you worried it will turn into, I guess
Yeah,
then.
I'm worried it'll turn into that witch hunt, right? That there will be a strong sentiment. So I don't really have problems, to be honest with you, like
A
submitting
strong
claims
sentiment of what?
of basically an anti-Dr. K sentiment that results in situations where perhaps thousands of people send in these reports that don't know anything about the situation. They've just read one Twitter headline, they send in these reports, and then an ethics board makes a decision about ethics that impact all practitioners because basically they felt pressured by people that were sending in these
I
reports.
say fuck that. He did this in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And so I agree. If there was some therapist local to my area that I found out about who broke all these same rules in private, I would never make a video about it.
Right.
The problem is that Dr. K did this
Publicly.
purposefully. Again, even if it was just somebody who got one is on a viral video, who got dragged into the public sphere. Again, I would agree with you. They don't deserve a dog pile. Dr. K did this knowingly, purposefully, exploitatively for the purpose of growing his business. And I agree that underneath this there is some urge to help people. I'm not saying he's evil,
Right.
but his he pronounced himself innocent in the court of public opinion.
Hmm.
People already have opinions about him
Hmm.
in the court of public opinion. I'm not I don't think you can call it a witch hunt when he nor do I think you can call it a witch hunt when someone criticizes me.
Right. But when
Everything about me, I like it's not like I privately recorded a cuties review and somebody found out about it and then
yeah.
then everybody got mad at me. I put it out there
Hmm.
and he put himself on the world stage
For
doing
sure.
this.
I'm
So
not saying no
I
criticizing. That's not what I'm saying at all, right?
so then what
My
the fuck are you what is the practical application of what you're suggesting?
Sure, yeah. I basically, if this explodes, right, and there's a bunch of people that get behind the movement that honestly barely even listen to what you have, they don't even listen to the nuance that you add to this situation. They just hear a couple things. You get like a bunch of streamers that get on, because here's the thing, like you're giving at least like you have some pretty intense views on it, but they're at least deeply nuanced. They're thought out. You've outlined, you understand the situation deeply. The problem is that if it catches on, there's going to be a
Well,
bunch of
thank you.
people just tweeting about it for in what social media does, right? People just tweet about it to like jump on the bandwagon and it grows. The problem is that the
Okay.
mob could compromise the ethics board's ability to make proper decisions. That's my concern.
What is your suggestion
It's a good
if
question.
you
I
have one?
think so. I think you're so submitting a concern to the board because of like your position on his work, you should be submitting something to the board. That's completely
I did.
yeah, I know you did. And so I'd
Okay.
say like yeah, that's totally fine. I would definitely like discourage people from jumping on the bandwagon and submitting it unless they've actually like done the work to think about it.
I did not tweet out a link to
No,
submit a
I know you
complaint.
didn't. That's I would just mean like if you start noticing some movement towards that, it might be worth being like, hey, just to be clear, at least this isn't something I'm encouraging because a lot of people are going to be looking to you as like
I
the
don't. I think if you want to watch Dr. K's sessions with Reckful and then submit a complaint, sure.
yeah,
If you genuinely have a complaint, but
right.
I don't think you should submit a complaint just because I did.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you, right? The issue is that like professionals are kind of cowardly. That's why none of them are willing to get on stream and stuff like that. That's why, in general, like the mental health sphere, I think is like it's so hard to navigate because there's such this like massive need and et cetera, right? Um,
Yeah, that there's a small only a tiny fraction of people probably are as intimately familiar with these rules and the justification for their existence,
yeah.
uh, and who are not professionals who have nothing to risk by going after him. So that's probably why you haven't seen somebody go after him as pointedly as I am.
Hmm.
I know Slush made his video, but I don't think Slush understood.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah.
I just don't think he has a good enough grasp of like clinical psychology. And again, I know I'm a layperson, but like I think I understand uh, the damage being done to somebody, even if they're smiling and laughing and saying, "Oh, Dr. K, I love you." I don't think he quite gets the um, like how the guardrails are being just like driven over
Yeah, like the impetus
in
of the
those
situation. Yeah.
interactions.
Yeah, my main concern is like as it stands right now, obviously I think I
What do you want?
disagree.
What do you want from me? What do you want me to do?
What do I don't want necessarily anything. I want you to be careful of recognizing your fans are necessarily somewhat parasocial. They are going to feed on your anger. And if other people get caught up because
My
it's
righteous
trending,
rage.
righteous rage, yeah. If other social media people jump on board and begin, because this is what happens with major movements, is that the actual like intelligence of the conversation gets
Yeah, I get
diluted.
what you're. What do you want me to do?
I think
I
probably
understand your concerns.
end it at where you've had it so far, which is you've submitted your concern to the ethics board. So now it's up to the ethics to basically, they have to decide they actually have to have that conversation. What is therapy? Is he having therapy? Is his disclaimers enough? Like they have to decide all those things. And that's just up to the ethics board to decide. And I trust them to know better than me, obviously, because they're literally professionals in psychological ethics.
What do you think's
Um,
going to happen? What do you think's going to happen if I don't here's okay, can I push back on what you're saying?
of course, yeah.
This is why I need to decapitate Dr. K's image and
Okay.
in front of in the town square because if he loses his license and no one can explain why in a compelling, concise, educational way, mildly unhinged, then Dr. K's fans are just going to say, okay, well, fuck the ethics board. He doesn't need a license to do anything he's doing.
Yeah, I mean,
And
like
and
he could be
he's
then
already built
criminally
he could
charged
just
at that
stop
point.
doing he could stop doing interviews. Yeah, he could be criminally charged. They could charge him with a crime. But even if he's convicted, I don't think he's going to go to jail. So, and even if he does go to jail, it'll be, for a month or two or something. It's not going to be like 10 years or something. So worst case scenario for Dr. K, all this shit happens. But with no one speaking about it in on Twitch and on YouTube, or at least no one with like my kind of nuanced understanding of it, or my education level in psychology, which admittedly is low, but like I think I can put together a kind of decent explanation and make it compelling, and it will be heard
I mean,
by
you're
some
way above
people.
just like lay interpretations. You lived in it
Right,
and you have a
right, right. So
degree
you're gonna
undergrad.
get
Yeah.
your slushes saying like, oh, what the fuck? This seems kind of weird. But Dr. K can kind of outmaneuver them pretty easily in the public sphere.
Right.
So so then Dr. K just stops doing the interviews to be safe. And he's already started
He's
scaling
kind
them
of,
back.
yeah, it seems like he doesn't do them much anymore, anyways.
And he doesn't ask people about their childhood. He doesn't try to get people to talk about like their rape and shit. Like the shit he used to do. He scales it back, and then he just keeps doing his coaching business, and nothing will happen. I mean, so people will say, okay, he technically lost his license, but that's because people don't understand Twitch.
Right.
People don't understand gamers.
Yeah.
So is that a satisfactory outcome to you?
Potentially, like I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that the ethics board will cause him to lose his license. I'm not convinced that I think he
No, no,
needs
no.
to lose
I'm
his
saying
license.
this hypothetical.
Yeah, that hypothetical situation. Um, yeah, like
Like my
it's
problem with it is that millions of people go away not understanding um, that has hurt people and that one of them is dead,
right. Um,
and he's never held accountable for that in like the world of social media and journalism.
yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to like Reckful's death, I don't think it's fair to ever hold him accountable for that. I think that that's a really, really dangerous line to go down. Um,
Why?
why?
Yeah.
Because I would say like it's at minimum a leap to put culpability on Dr. K.
Why?
Because he was like one of the few people in his life that was like as much as possible trying to help him.
By breaking every fucking rule in the book,
But
manipulating him,
so
playing into every single insecurity that Reckful had. He like found his wounds and stuck a fucking knife in them. I
but
don't
that's not what Reckful felt
uh,
at all. Like that's kind of
I
my
don't give a
issue.
shit. Reckful killed himself. I don't fucking care what Reckful was crazy. I don't care what he said. I don't give a shit about what Reckful thought was happening.
I guess like maybe
That's
that's
is
where we differ
nothing.
is like I
Yeah, I don't rely on fucking suicidal, mentally ill people to tell me what the people. You know, Reckful's mother made a suicide pact with him
yeah,
the
I
year
heard
before he
that.
died.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm sure he thought he had a really good mother too. I don't
I don't
fucking
know. I
care.
have no idea what his position was. I don't know if they went into his mother much.
He didn't say
He's
anything bad about
I
her.
think he
He
said
was
like
like,
we're
yeah,
not
my mom
super
made it.
close.
I don't. My point is that I don't care what people think of their abusers. There's no relevance to whether or not I think they're being abused. Dr. K abused him definitionally for months, and then he killed himself. So I think that it is preposterous that you're saying it's a leap to try to hold him accountable for that. I think
Yeah.
I'm not saying if you're a clinician or a therapist or whatever, and one of your patients kills themselves, uh, and you are breaking the rules and psychologically abusing and exploiting them publicly, yeah, I think you have to be held accountable. Absolutely.
So he was in your mind. It's not the. Is it the ethics that he's breaking that makes it abusive, or because you think it's exploitative?
It is abusive to tell a vulnerable person who has become dependent on you for mental health care that you don't know if you want to be their friend or not. And you might be their friend, you might be their therapist. I'm not sure what would be more fun. if you think that person has a personality disorder that would make them more clearly Reckful is mentally ill. I can't
Yeah,
think of a better
right.
definition of if you kill yourself,
Yeah,
mentally
yeah,
ill.
we can totally agree. Like, I think no one is
If you
questioning that
rent out,
Reckful
well,
was
okay, but I
mentally
want
ill.
to talk about the way he was mentally ill. You
Sure.
rent out an apartment for an expensive apartment, just so to hoping that your friends, basically that you can pay your friends to be your friend.
Yeah.
The intersection of that specific vulnerability and somebody saying, well, I guess I pretty much got all the followers and subscribers I'm going to get from you. So I guess we're done with our mental health journey.
My
You're,
understanding is they
yeah,
continued contact weekly after the videos ended, that they decided to stop going public, and they
okay.
begin up a private relationship that was weekly. Now, obviously, I don't have receipts or
Was that it?
tickets to
Was
like
that it? Was
prove.
that? Did he do a official intake to become his
I have
physician, and did they
no
sign any
idea.
kind of
I have no idea. There's no way I can know
Okay,
that.
my point is that it, based on what happened publicly, um, they had a blurry. Like it doesn't matter if he did something ethically after this. It's not relevant. The
For the
abuse.
care of
The
the individual, it probably
no,
does.
no, it doesn't. You cannot be someone's mental health provider after you have done these things. Ethically, it doesn't matter.
Right, and I would say like
You can't have a quid pro quo of I abuse you publicly for 2 months, but then after that, I'll clean up my act and be a good provider
what
to
was
you for a
specifically
couple months.
abusive? Like, do you think that basically
I
like
just told
Dr.
you.
Yeah,
Telling somebody that you don't know if you want to be their therapist or their client for the purpose of weaseling your way out of saying that you're their therapist is abusive.
it's definitely
Telling someone you're not sure if they have this personality disorder is abusive. Telling somebody that, having sessions that are public for your own gain is abusive. Establishing a bartering deal where he wouldn't fucking do this. You think he would have done this for Reckful privately? No, he's only doing it to make himself famous. Abusive and exploitative. Knowing that Reckful is a people pleaser who will pay people to be his friend while doing these things, abusive. Um, Telling him, "Oh, if you feel suicidal, just DM me."
I
Once
guess my
again,
issue is like it feels like now
it's
intention
abusive.
does
Every
matter
fucking
because
thing.
we're assuming a
What?
certain intention for Dr.
I
K.
no, it doesn't
Well, you just
matter. Oh
said
my
would he have
God, you
done
are
would
so
he
fucking naive. It
No,
doesn't
I'm not
matter
I'm
what
not
his
naive.
intentions are.
Well, you just said you assume that he
Okay,
wouldn't
so
have
do you
done
think it's
that
okay? Do you think it's
without.
okay to fuck your clients?
No, obviously not.
What if you think it's good for them?
No,
What if you think you're helping them?
it's explicitly malpractice. Explicitly. In fact, there
But
are a
what if
ton of addendums to it. True
but
love
wait a second.
exception doesn't
What
count.
Yeah, what if it's true love? What if I really think I'm helping my clients? If I'm a therapist, why can't I fuck my clients? I didn't know I was hurting them. I'm not intending to be abusive.
That's not
Why not?
that's not analogous to this situation at all, though.
Why not? It's breaking a boundary, transforming the relationship into something that is for me and not for the person who is in desperate need of my help.
But that's
Exploiting
assuming
their
an
vulnerability,
intention.
exploiting their vulnerability. So why can't I just fuck them? We agree that those things are happening when you fuck your clients. Aren't they also happening when you establish or when you hang out with your clients?
He didn't hang out with his client. Like, they didn't go to Japan together. He didn't agree to have psilocybin with him. The biggest issue was that he gave a disclaimer. It obviously wasn't
Okay,
enough.
you're arguing as though they had an established therapy client relationship. Everything they did was just hanging out.
If that's the
The
case,
whole thing, the whole
then nothing is unethical. If all they did was
No,
just hang out.
you don't get to you don't understand. You can't he's breaking both sets of rules. It's not that he's breaking neither. Every rule of not being his therapist, he broke. You can't provide care to somebody who is not your client. And every rule of being his therapist, he also broke. You can't tell your client, let your client believe you might do drugs with them and you might go to Europe with them.
Right.
He's breaking all of them. You can't have it both ways. Explicitly in the rules, you cannot have it both ways. Anyway, you asked what's abusive. It is abusive to make to confuse somebody who is mentally ill or anybody really into not
There's
knowing
only
if you
one
are
type of
their
eel?
mental health provider,
Okay.
and allowing them to publicly boost your image and um, provide you with gifts of fame and money in exchange for your services in public. Everything about it is abusive. The entire relationship from top to bottom is abusive, and almost everything that happened in it is abusive. So I can explain why, and I'll explain it in more of like a clear, delineated fashion in my video. But I think we're off on a big tangent. So
There's
my
only
answer
one
is
type of eel?
the whole
Okay.
thing is abusive. I think if you are in an abusive relationship with somebody and you are a psychiatrist and they kill themselves, you have to be held accountable publicly if that relationship was public, and this one was. The publicity was the exchange. So I cannot let him just get away with that. So I want you to tell me what you want me to do, but I want you to understand why I feel that the court of public opinion does need to hear this case.
I could definitely understand from your perspective, right? If you believe genuinely that he was abusing this individual, and you also
Do you
genuinely,
believe that I believe that?
you've said that you believe that. So I'm going to give, I'm
People
just
say
going
There's
to,
shit they
only
don't
one
believe all the
type of
time.
eel? Okay.
yeah, but we already kind of established like you're a big authenticity. I think if you're saying it and you're kind of going in a crusade where you're against all of Dr. K's fans, like I imagine you, like, don't you believe what you just said?
I'm not against his fans.
Sorry, I just right as you said that, somebody gave me a phone call and I had to shut off my phone. Could you just say that again?
I'm not against Dr. K's fans.
No, no, I know. My question is, you just asked me, do you think I believe that? And I said, you just
Yeah.
stated that you think Dr. K engaged in abuse with Reckful. You
Yeah.
said, and you asked me, do I think you believe that? And I said, yes. I imagine
I
if
know
you
I
said
said
it,
I'm not
you
asking if
believe
I
it.
said it. I'm asking if you think that I sincerely believe that.
Yeah, I believe you.
Do you think that I'm confused? Like do you think that I think I believe it, but really I am just mad about something else?
No, I believe you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So given that I believe that,
I
what do you
think
want me
you're
to do?
so here's the thing. I believe you that you believe that. I think that your reaction emotionally to it makes sense based on what you believe. My concern is
What do you
that
want me to do?
honestly
Given that this is my reaction.
honestly mostly I want you to be like, I don't know if this is an entirely accurate perception of what's going on. That's the thing I'm questioning. I don't think it's abuse.
Okay, so you think I am confused.
No, I think that we probably, I'm not sure like exactly because we like it's tricky because it's like 12 hours of interviews. So like I understand like me saying give me precise examples. The issue is like some of the examples you gave me, I'm like I don't know if I'd call that abuse. Like abuse is a really extreme word.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I think this is um in terms of things that are not like the therapist punches the client in the face or like rapes them or something, this is it's emotional statutory rape. So in terms of things where the client will agree to go along with it, emotionally, I would say this is pretty much as bad as it gets. I mean, yeah, obviously, there's always worse cases like the therapist next door story where the guy like moved into his house and took
yeah,
over
or
his
like
finances.
therapists who
There,
like actually have sex with their clients and yada yada.
yeah, but I think this is just as bad, if not worse. And said and done in the exact same. Oh, we're not supposed to be. The ethics board really wouldn't like this. The insurance companies would really not like me doing this, but we know better. That exact sentiment is what protects Dr. K from his fans and Twitch in general and YouTube. So, okay, so you're saying I should what if every professional I've had a conversation about this with has said, "Oh, oh my God, send me some clips of this," and then they say, I couldn't finish watching this." because it was too fucking disturbing. I'm going to pass this around.
What would I say?
What if yeah, I'm telling you that I've had my view of this validated by probably 10 psychiatrists and psychologists at this point.
Right. And I guess like the issue is like, is it possible that if I went on like a bit of a campaign to defend him, which I'm, to be honest, not really interested in doing, would I be able to find 10 psychiatrists who agreed with me?
Okay, so given that that's been my experience, what should I? Well, I'd be curious. I kind of want you to do that. I'd be interested in you um asking around if you know. Um,
Yeah, that's fair. I've been approached by a couple of people. They also said like I don't want to be on camera, which is super fair, so I'd never name names. But yeah, I've been approached by a couple of people as well within the field who basically have said similar perspectives to me. But that's like the problem is like that's selection bias, right? Like it's quite likely. Um,
a similar perspective, saying what?
basically that like yeah there's definitely some like ethically questionable stuff here and here where I've like outlined that I'm like this is definitely like not great and
Mhm.
then I've been like do you think overall though like it's immoral enough to revoke his medical license, and most people have been like no, like definitely not.
How much of his stuff have they watched?
I haven't asked them personally. They approached me, so I'm presuming probably some of it.
Okay, here's what I want. Are you willing to do this experiment? Or are you willing to
Potentially,
do an
I
experiment?
can't commit. I
Before we
won't.
talk about what the experiment is, are you willing to do a experiment?
I'm not. I don't really commit to things that I'm not like aware of.
No, no, I mean, are you open to hearing about an
Oh, for sure.
experiment
I'm totally
that we
open to
could
hearing
do?
anything. Yeah, I just won't commit unless
Okay.
I like. Yeah, you know.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a 20 minutes of clips that I've compiled that I've been sending to concerned or whatever professionals. Just Dr. K and Reckful. And if you are willing to, this is an unlisted video, so I don't want you to send it to any like YouTubers or journalists or
For sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
Um, I'd be interested in you
And this
sending this
is
to anyone.
this is the clip that you send to people.
Yes, this is the stuff that people can't get through because they find it too disturbing. I'm
Okay.
interested in you sending this to any therapists or psychiatrists
The question
that
is
you
it
know.
cherry picked of
It's
like some of the things that you think are the worst possible?
yes, it's the
Okay.
worst stuff.
So like that's kind of like my concern though is like if you poison the well by showing them like only the worst available, like an ethics board is going to be like kind of quantitatively looking at like all everything, right?
Yeah.
So uh, um like I could submit it to people, to be honest, if they don't respond that it's really negative. Um
Mhm. Just
yeah.
people you know, like people who you know, who you have a rapport with already. I don't want you to submit it like willy nilly. Just anybody you know personally. Like I don't know if you have how many like colleague therapist relationships you have, but if you have people like that that you could say like, hey, would you be willing to look at this? If they say yes, then send it to them, and then just see what they say. I'd be curious to see what response you get. And yes, the clips are cherry picked, but um, the cherry picking doesn't really matter to me in this case because the rules, um, there's no amount of context in my mind that can be added to make any of this okay to do on a stream. There's certain things you can never say or do with a client.
Hmm. For sure. Like yes, obviously.
So are you willing to try this experiment or no?
Um,
Or do you want to think about
it
it?
just feels like an incredibly biased experiment. Like, sure, I could send it. Like, again, I'm not super motivated. The thing is, like, I guess my concern here is that, like, you're kind of, um, I'm concerned about, like,
Well,
the fact,
why don't you watch it and then let me know?
sure, that's fair. I can watch it. I'm afraid of rousing an angry mob. That's what I'm concerned of. And I'm unwilling to
You're
participate in that.
okay. I
Yeah.
see. You don't want them to turn around and start. Well, if anybody starts going like, you're afraid they're gonna.
At me?
Okay,
No,
I guess
no. That's
I
not
would
my
only send it
concern.
to people. I'd only send it to people who you feel you can trust to not like publicly distribute it.
Yeah, that's true. Um, it's not so much. So here's the thing. I'll watch it for sure. I am concerned that like
Okay.
important context is missing because a lot of like people making claims against Dr. K, when I look at the actual like clip that they're talking about, as soon as you add context, it's way different, right?
Yeah.
But like I said,
That's
I'm willing to watch it. My issue is
okay.
not that I'm going to turn a righteous mob against me. That's not my concern. My
I
concern is
know.
that like I am concerned about like in emotionally inflaming a righteous mob against Dr. K that is going to cause the like licensure board to um, change
That's
the way
fine
that they
if you don't.
decide. And I'm not
That
comfortable being part of stuff like that.
okay. So then, as you see fit, just let me know what you decide. And I'm curious to see if people you know um, in the field would have a different reaction from the people that I know.
Right. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I'll think about it. Like I said, I'll watch the clips. There's not much more to do. Like who knows? The clips could change my mind for all I know. Part of why I'm being distracted is I had somebody like passed on to me that mentioned that their medical licensing they work for like an ethics board, an IRB, which would be. So I'll just read you what they said. I work for an
Okay.
IRB and I am on a board, not as an expert in a specific scientific field, but as a regulatory compliance specialist. I just want to be clear that when you or Mr. Girl are saying ethics board, you're referring to a medical licensing board or an institutional review board for research ethics. They are different. I think we're obviously referring to the licensure board.
Medical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Medical licensing board.
Basically said if it is an IRB,
I'm even going as far as trying to be a little vague about how I refer to the board because I don't want to direct people to it unintentionally.
that's fair. Which I think is actually like wise of you and in line of kind of like what I'm asking. I just like my main thing is I don't want to encourage. I don't want you to like drive this bus. Like I understand that it's emotional. I don't want to. I don't want all of the decisions that you make around it to be only fueled by emotions because I think that it could fuel a mob. That's my concern.
Okay, so I want to turn public opinion against Dr. K. I want
Yes.
people to I want people to know that what he's doing is wrong, harmful, and that he's to some level culpable for Reckful's death.
What if
Now,
you
now
doing that?
how would I go about doing that without creating an angry mob? This
I
is an
don't
interesting
know
question.
if
I
you
haven't thought about
should.
this.
I think to be honest, we should like try to use like when it comes to like violations of like practice, I actually think that what we should do is like refer to the institutional system first, right? I think pushing public opinion is
But I've already explained my problem with that. I don't want there to be there's already a knowledge gap between the rules, the professional rules, and the audience's understanding of them and why they're and like what he's really done. So in my experience, the professionals are like, oh Jesus Christ, he really harmed this person. It's unbearable for me to watch as a professional. And but when people normal people watch it, they're like, oh, he tried to help him. So I want to bridge that gap, and I want lay people to understand why I that's not what I see. I want them to understand what I see.
what if the ethics board decides against your position?
Then I probably just start attacking the ethics board.
Okay.
I think. I don't think the ethics board can convince me that he did not seriously wrong this and abuse this person, especially given the strong confirmation I've gotten from like professionals that I know.
Right. So basically you're saying like there is no way I could be swayed on this. Even if like all the way up the IRB decided, nope, this isn't an issue.
I would probably shake my foundations a little, and then I would need to reconcile that with the professionals that I know. They could start me down a path of changing my mind, but
Would that be the
I again,
only
it's like if you're telling me if like if the ethics board like told me this wasn't a lens cap, like would I believe them? Like, how many people would have to tell me this isn't a lens cap before I
Right.
believe them? And
And
like,
I, yeah.
I probably a lot. Like, eventually, if enough people tell me that this is actually like a coaster and that I'm mentally ill and that I just think it's a lens cap, there might be some number. No, I don't think so. I mean, like, this is one of the things you like about me. I think that I don't. It doesn't matter how many people in suits in with degrees and the mob and whoever can all surround me in a circle and tell me that this isn't a lens cap, and I'll just never say unless I really believe it. I'll never say that. So
Yeah. To be
you're
clear, I
asking me
don't like
like
you because you like
to
bury
do
your
like
heels and you don't change your positions. I appreciate you because you're just authentic about where you're at.
yeah, and I'm trying to be authentic here. I'm saying well, right. So there's two questions. One is what would it take to get me to say that I don't think he abused
Yeah, like
Reckful,
what's the
and the
point of
other is what.
credulity? What weight of evidence? Because, like, to be honest, I'm not saying there's no way he abused. I'm saying that takes a high level of evidence. I don't think it's there.
Yeah, I just
I'm
think
not
it's plain as
convinced.
day. I think it's plain as day.
Right. And so,
And
like,
so
what
that
level of
makes me think
credulity do you have?
my only response to this is that I think you don't have a subtle or nuanced enough definition of abuse. And I'm
Sure.
like
Like,
it just makes me put you in the camp of like some of the viewers. Like I know you know the rules, but I think that there's a level of psychological manipulation and abuse happening that it seems to like be going over your head. And so
what
I
level of
want to educate
abuse?
you.
What do you think I'm missing as far as, like, what do you think is missing
Your
in
point,
my.
you're saying things like he liked it, but he was smiling. He said Dr. K helped him, and just the fact that you'd even bring that up makes me think that you don't understand like abuse dynamics in relationships unless they're super explicit. I know if he punched him in the face, you'd say he abused him, but if you bring up Dr. K's intentions or Reckful's explicit emotional reaction, that makes me think that you are not thinking on a subtle, unconscious level
I
to
meant,
understand
yeah.
like
So, what am I missing? What do you feel like I am missing?
abuse victims often enjoy their abuse.
Right.
So that doesn't matter. And
Okay.
abusers often don't know they're abusers.
I
I
don't
think I
think
guess you're missing
saying
like
you're
my
not diagnosed with something is abuse. It might not be best practice, but I don't think it's abuse.
it's the constellation of behaviors and the picture of their whole relationship that makes it abuse. There's no one individual moment that taken in total isolation. If the rest of the relationship, except when he's saying, "Well, do I want to be your friend? Do I want to be your therapist?" I'm not sure like what role we're trying to figure out what role I'm playing in your life. That is on its own abuse, no matter what happened before or after that. You cannot think out loud about whether you want to be somebody's therapist, especially 4 sessions in. There is no context you can add to make that not abuse. There's nothing you can do to make that not a serious ethics violation. And there's nothing you can do to make it not against the law. There's that on its own requires no context. The other things, um, you do kind of need to draw a through line. And well, the other things become abuse with that as like the foundation of what set the relationship up to be abusive, which is that it's in public, it's exploitative, but most of all, Reckful doesn't know if he's his therapist.
Right.
That sets the stage for the abuse, and then everything else is a little more subtle. And the fact that you're bringing up Dr. K's intentions, so I'm not making the charge that Dr. K is a like evil sadist. I think he has some moments of sadism, but ultimately, I think his goal is to
What you
help.
think that
His goal is
he
to help people.
brought Reckful on for his own personal gain? Would you say
There's only
first,
one
or
type
at
of
least
heel.
just
No,
the
Okay.
same?
no, he doesn't know he did that.
Dr. K
I think
doesn't know that he brought Reckful on for that purpose.
no. Here's what I think Dr. K was thinking. No one's talking to these kids. No one cares about them. No one cares about gamers, and no one's talking about mental health on social media. In order to demonstrate the power of mental health care and therapy, I'm going to do some light demonstrations where I will help people out a little bit in the way that I can in an hour or two. and that will just show people that a therapist really can make a difference, or even a coach, somebody listening to you, and it'll be a place where I can showcase some of my techniques. And my techniques involve talking about anxiety, talking about depression, and then giving people meditation and breathing exercises, and giving people kind of a new frame for looking at their problems. So um, I'm going to teach them some like Hindu words and spirituality, and they're going to learn uh, just a completely different frame for looking at their lives and looking at their feelings and basically give them a totally new lens to look at their problems through and then see how they feel. And if you want more of that lens, you can download my guide, which is this series kind of presented like a video game upgrade tree where you go through and you watch different videos, you learn different techniques, and it helps you improve your life. And if you want somebody to talk to, um, you can talk to me. I'm a licensed psychiatrist, and then as the business grows, you can't talk to me, but you can talk to my coaches. It's too confusing with licensing and with money and liability and all this shit to have licensed therapists.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have this coaching business. And again, these conversations, I will do my best to help these people. It will help the audience. I will show people that I'm not afraid of people expressing emotion directly and openly in front of me. And yeah, and I think so. He started out with Reckful, and he ignored or didn't catch some kind of subtle signs that Reckful is really not doing well because he's Reckful comes across as a cheerful but lightly troubled person the first time you talk to him, and then I think by the end of the second time, he's saying, "Oh, I think you might need serious help." And then he came to a crossroads where he's saying, "Reckful, do you have a therapist?" And Reckful says, "No, I've never enjoyed talking to anybody but you." And that is his whole narcissistic like view of himself, is that nobody wants to talk to anybody but me. No, he probably is thinking of his colleagues who don't understand gamers. They don't understand gaming addiction. They don't understand streamers. They don't understand the loneliness and they don't understand the horrors of being a streamer and having this chat saying these awful things to you that make you want to die all the time, the way that we understand it. And now you understand it. And so he was thinking, well, shit, if I refer him to, one of these over 55 psychiatrists, they're not gonna understand him, and it's gonna take them a year to even fucking grasp what this guy's life is like. If he's saying, of course you didn't like going to therapy before, so it perfectly fits in with his like I alone can fix it view.
Right.
So he knew he was breaking the rules, and he said, well, I'm gonna do what I can. So he starts in with some sessions with him, and I think the in the fourth one, I think he started to real after he found out. I guess the second one's where he learned that his father was Reckful's father is and was suicidal, and he already knew his brother had killed himself, and he found out that Reckful had also tried to kill himself. I think by the fourth session, he was starting to feel like when he was learning that Reckful sends his friends walls of texts and pushes people away. He wasted a lot of time in the first couple on breathing exercises and kind of just monologuing. I think if he had really listened to him, he probably would have figured this out a lot faster. But I think it took him about 4 weeks to understand Reckful was in pretty serious trouble. It was not a new way of looking at things wasn't going to help. I think he mentioned Reckful, you're going to have to talk to your family about your brother's suicide for the first time, and I think he saw a dead end there that Reckful was like not close to being ready for that conversation. And I think he started to realize, you know what, I'm not going to be able to make a meaningful difference with you in 4 weeks. I've bit off a bit more than I can chew. Um, and part of him wanted to throw himself in fully and say, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to try to love you for 2 years.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had a conversation with his wife afterwards, where she
I'm
was like, "What
I
the fuck
that's
are you
kind of what
talking
I'm
about?"
wondering, right? And I would agree with you on the
Yeah,
don't make promises that you can't make, and if you make them, keep them. Especially as somebody who like has endeared yourself
sure,
to a mentally ill person to such an extent.
but so at this point, to me, he's already committed crimes, ethics violations, and abuse that make me think he should never practice medicine or therapy ever again. But from his point of view, I can understand how he's rationalizing every decision he's making. I'm not saying he's evil or that he's trying to hurt anyone. I understand why he's making these decisions, but what the layperson doesn't understand is that in order to make each of these decisions, he is knowingly breaking a rule that has been hammered into his head year after year after year after year.
Yes.
Hammered into his head as these are bedrock foundational principles of protecting the patient. You cannot do this. And he is knowingly breaking those rules. And I understand his rationalization for doing so.
Hmm.
But he did it, and the guy killed himself. So I'm not saying that he wants to hurt anybody. Absolutely not. I'm
Right.
saying he is out of control and very naive and has a very incomplete, simplistic view of human psychology. He doesn't seem to understand how damaging these little subtle things he is doing could be, particularly to somebody like Reckful.
Right. Um, so I guess maybe a couple things to clarify.
Okay.
Do you think that the ethical breaches specifically increased Reckful's risk of suicide?
Yes.
How so? Where, like, what evidence do you have to claim that and ethical breaches are going to increase the likelihood of a client who is mentally ill with previous attempts to attempt again?
I think most people who kill themselves believe that they are too much of a burden and that nobody wants to deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of at the heart of a lot of, at least the suicidal people I've talked to. That seems to be at the heart of their loneliness. And the combination of telling that person, well, in 4 weeks of breathing exercises, like you're never going to have to express all that anger and sadness. And you don't have to bother anybody with those feelings. You can just disconnect yourself from them by meditating. You'll just be calm. You'll
Mm-hmm.
find inner peace.
Right.
Uh, and simultaneously telling him, well, you're also going to have to talk to your parents about this. Like you realize that, right? And then when he clearly freaked out internally at hearing that, he's like, you know what? We're going to back off the confrontation stuff because I don't want to deal with you. We're just going to do breathing stuff.
Right.
That sends a message and simultaneously telling him like I'm the best person who can help you. I'm the best at what I do. I'm the expert. And the expert telling you the best you can do is try to stay calm, try to detach from your feelings. It'll pass. Um, I see a deep thirst for real intimacy in the way Reckful speaks that he never got from anyone, and he certainly didn't get it from Dr. K. He was told he was getting it, which is even worse to me than than being told you're not getting it.
So do you think
I
that
think
meditation is a valid way of like disarming people who are distressed enough to commit suicide? Do you think that meditation is like an invalid thing? Not acutely, but somebody who is like passively suicidal kind of all the time. Do you think
I think you
meditation
have
is
to be really, really careful about, are you disarming this person because they're a danger to themselves and others? Are you disarming this person because you want your audience to see somebody go from almost immediately suicidal right then to being reasonably calm and show them that you can provide the tools to get them to be there?
which do you think it is
Or
on Dr. K's part?
it um it doesn't matter because the fact that there's a question of it is the reason why you can't do this in public. Dr. K doesn't know the answer, and neither do we. And that's what makes it abusive. It has to be in private, and the therapist has to be firing on all cylinders, thinking clearly. They can't be glancing up at the purple hearts passing on the chat scroll. They have to be looking at you alone, sitting with you in your feelings, and making with the full power of their brain and their heart what they think is the right decision for you. And you can't do that when someone's throwing donations at you, when the audience is throwing donations at you, when they want to see Reckful cry. They want to see a show. They want to see an interesting conversation. They don't want a 5 minute pause.
So
Reckful is the kind of client that needs to be allowed to have a 5 minute pause.
So I guess what I would
I
argue is that like teaching people how to ground themselves in acute emotional distress is like one of the most fundamental skills to be teaching to clients with suicide history, because it's the best way to it's a really effective way to keep them safe, right? Because there's major predictors of suicide, right? With suicide risks. Previous attempts is
would
always
you
the
do
biggest
that on
one.
a live stream?
I'm not talking about myself, right? This isn't about me. What I'm saying is you're kind of
Do you
outlining
think
that
that can
like
be done? Do you think you can ground yourself on a live stream with
well,
5,000 people watching
what
or
you
20,000 people
outlined
watching?
what you outlined was like a series of like treatments that he offered that are like when we talked about meditation, it felt like it was like this like kind of weak, limp-wristed thing that he offered somebody who was seriously. You said he didn't even realize the scope of it until like fourth episode of how seriously mentally ill
No,
Reckful was, which may or may not be true.
it's a short-term solution. It's a way to, yes, you can immediately calm yourself down and control your feelings for a moment.
Yeah.
But Reckful's problem ultimately is that his feelings were too controlled. So, in one sense, yes, it keeps you alive for another few days, but it doesn't solve the problem that you are a bomb waiting to go off. And I think that you can use these two things in conjunction with each other. I'm not saying that meditation is that he shouldn't have taught him meditation. I'm saying that what he did not provide Reckful with the intimacy that he needed and that he would get from a real therapy relationship with somebody who's committed to him and able to have conflict with him, able to let him get mad at him
So from my
or her,
understanding,
whoever
it
the
was
clinician was.
pretty clear that Reckful was absolutely unwilling to go see another therapist because he had had kind of some situations. From my understanding, basically, previously he had had a psychotherapist who basically like um, put committed him, I believe, is what happened. So he had a very
Mhm.
strong resistance of not getting treatment.
That doesn't matter.
So Dr. K would have better off not trying to help in any way at all in his way as non-therapeutically as possible, right? But to try to intervene in some way, teaching him some meditation skills, getting him to like express certain emotions that he needs to
No, no,
express.
no, 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 no. I disagree with everything you're saying. You want me to say what I would have done if I were Dr. K?
No, no, I don't think that that's helpful, right? Because that's a post hoc thing, right?
Well, no, I can tell you what I would do if I were a psychiatrist and someone told me they were suicidal on a live stream. He told him in the first live stream.
Okay, what would you do?
Um, I would say, let's talk offline for 20 minutes. I can do a 20-minute consultation with you. I'm allowed to do that, even if I'm not your doctor. A 20-minute consult is within the scope of what's ethical. And then I would spend 20 minutes um, asking him why he's resistant to treatment, and then I would do what I do on my advice show. I would try to convince him to seek treatment, and I would tell him, I will, you tell me what went wrong, and I will pull some strings, and um, I'll get you a name who of somebody who I will personally vouch is not going to do that to you. Or I would say if you want my help, um, here's what we have to do to make that happen. I guess if he's in Texas, I would say like if you're willing to come to Massachusetts for a couple months or 6 months or however long it takes, if you want to move here and do some like intensive psychiatric treatment, then I'll treat you.
Right. I'm not really sure if a private consult wouldn't also breach like being like basically outside of his scope, because then you are like actively working as a practitioner, right? That definitely might have been like a healthy alternative, but
You can't do a consult you can't do a consult with somebody in a different state.
usually not. Usually you're supposed to refer them to someone within state.
Okay, so then I would just have a private conversation with him and say,
Probably
I'm going
shouldn't
to
have a
talk.
private conversation.
Well, I'm not going to do it on a live stream. I would say we're going to have a conversation about me referring you to somebody else. I'm going to talk at you, and I'm going to. I want to hear like what you're looking for in a practitioner.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I'm going to
Okay, okay. Yeah, like a
refer you
conversation rather not a
not a 20-minute
consult.
conversation about your childhood,
Yeah, no, a
but
con
yeah, yeah.
not a
So
not a
a 20-minute
consult.
20-minute.
Yes. And that definitely I would agree actually, that probably would have been best practice. The problem is that we
Sure.
don't throw the book at people who don't meet best practice.
He again, I'm you not didn't meet best practice is to me a gross mischaracterization of what happened. But you already know that I think that.
Yeah.
I think he's a systematic abuser, and he needs the book thrown at him as hard as humanly possible.
Right.
Um, but yeah, uh,
I guess like my issue when I'm like hearing you talk about this is it feels like you jump between like you kind of have these two possibilities that you're open to, which is that like Dr. K is either like arrogantly ignorant, resulting in abuse, or he's malicious, resulting in
no, he's not
abuse.
malicious. No, 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 no. I've never said he's malicious. Not at all. He thinks that he knows better, and that is what makes him break the rules.
You think he's arrogant, and in
I
his
think he's
arrogance, he commits like abuse.
I think he is narcissistic and also very naive. I think his view of human psychology is extremely oversimplified. I think this is the result of his own emotional problems or
Okay,
psychological problems. But
right.
I know you're not going to talk about that, and I don't think you should.
About which?
But
Sorry.
I think about what is wrong with Dr. K. I don't think you should comment on that. But
I
I'm
have
free
I
to.
have
So
critiques of Dr. K. Absolutely.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I mean, in a clinical sense, um, I don't know. I think as a counselor, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I know when I've watched some of your content, I definitely get the vibe of saying Dr. K is malicious. He's a malicious
No,
harmer.
no,
Okay,
not at all.
that's fair. And it's probably good to clarify because to be honest, like I watched a lot of it and I genuinely want to be like steel manning your position and giving you a benefit of the doubt. And I definitely got the interpretation
Do you
that you
think
were
Hitler
implying.
was malicious?
Hitler?
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, I think that
Hitler was no
yes.
more malicious than an exterminator.
No, I disagree with that. I think like Hitler absolutely had like a bent to him that like desired absolute annihilation and destruction of an entire
Not
race of people.
absolute. Yeah,
As
but he didn't see
absolute as
those
he could,
people.
as
But
good
he
as he
didn't see
could.
those people as human. He didn't see those people as human
That doesn't make it not
any more,
malicious.
any more than an exterminator sees rats as human.
Okay, but I would argue that dehumanizing people is malicious, whether you like feel malicious or not.
He's not doing it on purpose. That's just what he thinks.
I don't know.
So
There's just no good like
to Hitler,
logical justification to like
to Hitler,
justify that
to
Jews were
Hitler,
Germans. That
to
Jews
Hitler,
were vermin. Sorry, not Germans.
to Hitler,
Yeah.
the rest of us are like vegans.
Okay, I
We're like,
can't.
oh, don't kill the. We're like, oh, don't kill the Jews, and he's like, why not? They're Jews. I don't think that's malicious. It's evil.
There's
It's
no
not.
way that
It's not.
Hitler was
It's
making a
not.
rational claim. There's no way that you can rationally like work your way
I
into
don't think that
convincing
Dr. K is
yourself.
rational. I don't think Dr. K is rational at all.
If you are actively dehumanizing
I think
people,
he's fucking nuts.
there's maliciousness there.
I
You think Dr. K is crazy?
no, you don't choose who you dehumanize. It just happens to you. It's not you're not deciding to dehumanize people. Who would decide that?
Okay, I feel like now we have to talk about like the Hitler thing and then go back into the Dr. K because I feel like the right not because I'm like trying to be inflammatory, but I think like extremes are important because they set principles, right? And if you want to be consistent, you want to do your best to like apply the principle across the
Uh,
board.
I'm
And
saying the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
right, I think that the comparison between Hitler and Dr. K is
Is
disanalogous.
perfect.
It's a
No, it's
very
perfect.
disanalogous.
No,
There's no way you exterminate like millions of people without malicious intent.
I disagree. I think he
Uh,
was trying to do. You can hear his speeches. He clearly, I believe what he was saying. He was trying to bring about the paradise for the Aryan race,
do you think you
which he
can
thought was
have
the most, which he thought was the most righteous thing he could possibly do. I
yeah, he might have been
disagree.
benevolent for the Germans, but he was malicious to the Jews.
I wouldn't call that maliciousness. I
You
just
don't
don't. I guess
think
I just don't think. I don't. I'm bringing up Hitler because I don't think anybody. Only there. I think there are certain psychopaths who like serial killers who do know that they want to hurt people
Yeah.
and who enjoy it and who don't care. Most people, Hitler included, regardless of the amount of evil that they do, think of themselves as the good guy main character of their story.
But that
And
doesn't mean
Dr.
that they're not
K,
malicious.
in, well, I guess that I don't know what you mean by malicious.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe we should define malicious. When I say
Okay.
malicious, I mean intending harm. Regardless of the reason, you
I don't
absolutely intend harm, oftentimes to the extent that you were
I
willing
don't
to
think
harm yourself to harm
Hitler
them.
defined the Holocaust as harmful any more
I
than
don't
an
care.
exterminator. Any
I don't
more
care
than
what.
an exterminator. Do you think an exterminator defines killing all the rats in your house as harm? No, they define it as curing your house. They're helping you, and I think that that is how anyone committing genocide thinks that they're doing a good deed
I don't
because
think that you.
they don't have the same definition of harm or even the same definition of as human as you.
Right. I don't think that you can make like a valid claim that Hitler came to a valid conclusion around the Jews, right? And that there wasn't any level of like malicious emotional in
Validity has nothing to do with intent.
I'm saying that your conclusion isn't valid. I can't see how you can
You
try to
said
claim.
maliciousness is the result of intent. I believe that Hitler, an exterminator, Dr. K, and me all have the same intent. We're all doing things that other people think are fucked up because we want to make the world a better place.
So who can be malicious then? Who is malicious?
I just said a serial killer who has enough self-awareness to know that what I'm doing is wrong. I have a sick urge to want to strangle people in parking lots. I know this is wrong. I shouldn't be doing it, but I really enjoy it. I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. That to me is malicious.
So there's like
Um,
two people on the planet that are malicious. Why
I
doesn't he
think it's
just
like one in a
dehumanize
hundred.
them like
I think
Hitler?
it's
Why
about.
doesn't he just like
I think
engage
it's
in being
about.
like, there's a reason why I'm killing these people. It's a justified action. They're not really human. They're cockroaches. They're dirty sluts, right? Whatever
I'm
he's
not
going
the
to
one
use to
who's.
describe them.
I'm making the point because I think that your appeal to proof of maliciousness is dumb. I agree. You can't really define that many people as malicious, and you should stop talking about it. That's why I'm saying it. Because very few people have malicious intent.
I think okay, that's I think we have to patently disagree here because I think that that's absurd. I think many people have
Okay.
malicious intent and then after they do it they engage in self-justification for their behavior. But absolutely there are unequivocally people who basically show up, they try to harm you because they want to harm you. That's their
I
goal,
don't
which I
agree.
would say is malicious.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think people just want to harm others.
It's just
I think
frustrating
that
because you
I
like
think
told me
it's
that I was
usually
naive around abuse, but then you're saying I don't think people maliciously want to harm others, which is like
this
that's
is what makes
fair.
you naive. This is what
No,
makes you naive
absolutely
is
not.
well, this is what my personal opinion is that the thing that makes you naive is that you run all
There's only one type of
accusations
deal.
of abuse
Okay.
through a filter in your brain of like, well, but does the abuser think they're being abusive? When that is the last fucking most irrelevant question you could possibly be asking, and it seems to be the first question you ask. And it's going to make you define some of the most abusive, destructive people on the planet, even Hitler, as like, well, he thought what he was doing was right, so like, why, I don't know. So Dr. K's opinion on Dr. K does not matter. That's why I keep saying I don't want to talk about it any more than Hitler's opinion on Hitler matters. It doesn't matter. I don't care what Hitler thinks of Hitler. Do you?
No, but it's um
There's nothing. There's no bearing on my view of whether he's a good person or not.
but you just said that because Hitler thought what he was doing was justified, then his actions aren't malicious. And I said I don't really care if Hitler justified his actions.
Maliciousness is a statement of intent, and
Yes,
I think that malicious is a
intending
slur.
harm.
Yes, I think malicious is a slur that applies to almost nobody. It's just a way to discredit somebody, or in this case, give somebody undue credit by saying they're not malicious. Well, almost nobody's malicious. I just don't think it's relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe we'll have to like this feels like a weird semantic game, but like, and you maybe don't want to use the word malicious, but I would say it's obvious that Hitler intended to do harm to some, regardless of whether or not, to some extent. Like, then yeah, could we say that? Like,
I already responded to this.
yeah,
Hitler did not believe he was doing harm.
I don't care
You
what
do not
Hitler
have the same
believes.
definition of harm and you don't have the same. Well, you just said he intended, so you do care what Hitler thinks for some reason. Why you keep going down this road, I don't know,
Because
and I
if
wish you would
people
stop.
post
But
hoc
since you said it
justify their
again,
actions,
Since you
if
said it
people
again, I
post
will
hoc
respond
justify
again.
their actions to deem it
I don't
not
care about
malicious
what Hitler
later.
thinks of Hitler. I don't care what he would think looking back. Hitler does not have the same definition of harm. He does not have the same definition of human.
Right.
So, what Hitler's intent doesn't matter.
Yeah. Uh,
Dr. K does not have the same definition of harm
as you do.
as me,
Right.
or as an ethics board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's obvious that Hitler intended to do harm to Jews, right? Regardless of whether
Yeah,
he dehumanized them, he still intended.
yeah, I
You could argue
understand.
exterminizers
Okay,
intend to do harm, right? Dr. K is
you could.
obviously intending to benefit basically everyone. That's his goal, including himself.
Yes, I don't care what. Okay, do you believe that I don't care what Dr. K intends?
Yes,
Great.
sort of.
So,
But you bring up his intention sometimes, so it's
like when?
unclear to me. Well, you
Okay,
like
let's
when
talk
you
about that
outline
then.
two
Let's.
situations, you said he's either being ignorantly arrogant, right, or
Mhm.
he's being malicious, which is just make an assumption
I
around
don't
his
think I said. I
intentions.
don't think I said he's being malicious.
What do you think that you said? He's being an
In this
abuser,
conversation, I think he's an abuser.
right?
Yes. I think most abusers do not think they are abusers.
Yeah.
And Dr. K is no exception.
Okay.
It's normal, totally normal abusive behavior to abuse people and think that you're not being abusive. Convince and charm everybody around you, charm their pants off, make them think that you're not abusive. Um, absolutely. That's totally standard abusive behavior. I don't. It doesn't matter what he thinks. So I don't think I've made much statement on his intent. I think the only thing is that occasionally people say like, "Do you think he's trying to be like this?" And I'm like, "No, absolutely not. I don't think he wants to hurt anybody."
Right.
I
That's
think
fair.
I said if I were trying to convince somebody to kill themselves, I would do something similar to what he did. But I wasn't trying to say that that was his intention. I was trying to say he fucked it up so bad that you almost couldn't like do a better job of building up this flimsy foundation for a mentally ill person to climb on top of and then yanking it out from underneath them. It's slightly hyperbolic, but I think he
Right.
fucked it up real bad. But I was not trying to say that he didn't know. Clearly, he wants to make the world a better place. I
Uh,
know that.
Sorry, I thought that you said like the promise that he made to him was like a human mistake that anyone can make. Like,
The
and that he didn't own
promise.
it enough.
Yes. When I say yank the rug out from underneath him, I'm not talking about the moment where he took the promise back. Um, I'm talking about getting Reckful over the fear of seeking treatment by offering treatment that is not defined as treatment. Um, you can see why he was tempted to do that because by Reckful's own admission, that might be the only treatment he would accept. And Dr. K found it unacceptable to just say like maybe you can't do anything for this person.
Right. Do
Or
you
maybe the only thing you can do is try really hard to get him a referral.
okay? Do you think that the fact that Dr. K has scaled down these like live sessions and whatnot is like proof of like potentially like, hey, maybe these ethical lines are too many, and I might not be like the wisest necessarily, so I'm gonna like scale back potential risk of
I
harm.
think I think that Dr. K still believes that he could help or save these people, but I believe that most likely his wife, who I know very little about, but I'm assuming, behind every great man, I'm assuming somebody is telling him, "Hey, you tried it. It didn't work out. You're exposing us to people like MrGirl and like lawyers and lawsuits and shit. You got to stop." I assume that's why he scaled it back. And probably it's painful. It's probably really painful to try to help somebody, especially so publicly, and then have them die. I mean,
he obviously was really broken up about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's all kinds of reasons he would scale it back. Some are practical, self-protective, and some are. But no, I don't. I still think that he thinks he's above the rules. I just think at this point he is realizing that it's not smart.
Right.
But it's too late.
Do you think that you can I'm really caught up on this malicious thing. Maybe I should just move on. But like, do you think that you can do something malicious but also for a good reason? Or like do something not for a good reason, sorry. Do you think you could do something malicious and have that result in benefiting someone?
Um, yeah, sure. I could like break your windshield with a golf club, and but it turns out that you needed to replace your windshield anyway, so then you get like an insurance payout.
Okay. So going back, right? Like if you can benefit somebody,
You're playing God.
me?
Yeah, this ends justify the means shit scares me.
Mm.
I don't think it has a place in therapy.
Yeah. Do you mind if you give me like a couple seconds to think? Because the malicious stuff, like the fact that it seemed like we had such a semantic
Yes,
disagreement about it.
I can stop responding to your facial expressions out loud.
Okay.
That's fair. My chat is saying in all caps, call her licensing board. Okay, now I'll stop talking. They're just kidding. I didn't mean for it to be mean. I thought she would know that you were kidding.
Oh, I'm genuinely I'm just thinking. So to be honest, I'm just like
I'm
not
talking to
super
my chat.
closely. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just not really paying
Can you
attention,
stop
just so you know.
eavesdropping?
Excuse you.
This
you're
is a
in my
private
you're in
conversation.
my space right now.
You almost said office, but then you realized that you shouldn't say that. I'm just going to talk to my chat. Hey guys. Hi horses. MrGirl here. Let her think. I am trying to. The Hitler analogy made no sense. Thank you. Be angrier. It was more fun. I can't control my feelings. This is a really good talk. Hitler's act of malice was not going to therapy. True. This is a sad attempt to bait Dr. K into an interview. I think once I started saying I think he's breaking the law, I would say it would be very stupid of him to talk to me. I don't think he should do that. Tons of gifted subs. Oh, that's good. Gifted subs are good. Yeah. Oh, Nightbot. Wow, there's a new auto message. Do not defend MrGirl by DMing other chatter streamers. We will ban you if you're harassing people here or on any other platform. Man, you guys take this shit really seriously. I didn't write that message, but I, I endorse it fully. Yeah, don't
Okay.
defend me. I
There's
don't need
only
you to
one
defend
type
me
of
to
meal.
anybody.
Okay.
I'm like a fucking asshole. So
Okay.
everything
So
that happens to me is my fault.
all right. Hi.
Oh hey,
I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out precisely why this analogy is like rubbing me so wrong. Um,
yeah, I have some theories.
that's fair. Um,
They're a little personal.
Dr. K didn't abuse Reckful to help him, right? This is just an analogous because Hitler maliciously harmed the Jews with the sole intent of benefiting Aryans.
I don't. Well, in the analogy, um,
Right?
Hitler is trying to help like people. I guess I'm making a broader analogy of like, are you trying to do good? And Dr. K, so there's one way you could say like, well, Dr. K is willing to sacrifice the streamer for the good of the people, but I don't really think that either. I think Dr. K was trying to help Reckful specifically. Um,
Right, but
but
you
I
you
guess the
can be
analogy is,
malicious in order to do good, right? You can intend to do harm to others with the goal of doing good.
I don't think Hitler thought he was doing harm to anyone that mattered. Like
Because he
if
dehumanized people.
somebody, well, he also like racist people believe that they're acting defensively. So if
Hmm.
somebody like tries to kill me and I shoot them,
There's
I'm
only
not being
one type of
malicious.
eel. Okay.
Hmm.
And I think most racist people believe that they are being threatened by the race that they hate,
Right.
and it's a defensive action to prevent harm to themselves
Hmm.
or their people. They are going to fight back. Like lynching. It's like we gotta teach y'all a lesson so that you will stop, raping our white women. It's usually, I think, seen by in our minds, the aggressor or murderer as an act of defensiveness. So even something as like obviously abusive as a lynching, the people doing it probably don't think of themselves as being abusive through a combination of dehumanization and rationalization.
But if you're intending harm, even if you think it's for a good purpose, that's still
Well,
malicious.
is it malicious if you're an executioner working at a jail? Are you malicious every time you throw the switch?
I guess if you're intending to harm them, yeah, a little bit. Not as like there's
Well, I think
extents
that's
of.
okay. Then I think your definition of malicious is like too broad then, because I don't think a hangman is malicious,
So a
and I think
hangman
that I
isn't
think I
isn't intending harm, right? He's
right. And so
he's
a lynch
enacting.
mob a lynch mob isn't either. They think, well, you got away with it. You need to be punished. You need to be held to account. And so it's just like to us, we're just holding a little court.
Okay.
You were found guilty and your punishment is death. But that the lynch mob believes that the person they're killing deserves to die, and that if they don't die, then more harm will come. I just don't believe that anybody sees themselves in a negative light, um, except like the most fucked up people on Earth.
Okay.
And Dr. K is not one of them.
Okay.
I don't think he's
Probably
that fucked up.
probably just need to get off this. I think like getting into semantic battle is like not worth the time. Like not worth it because it detracts from the major point because it's like you don't
Okay.
care about his intent either way. So you don't care if he's malicious
Okay.
or not.
Okay.
Yeah. Not really sure where to even go back to.
Take your time.
Well, I guess where do you want to go back to? Because I like we're just going to keep fighting tautologically. So do you
Well, where we
feel
were,
so you were
where we
basically
here's.
sure,
Do you want to go, or you want me to go?
you can go.
You were telling me what you think I should do, and you were saying part of what you think I should do, given how I feel, is think about it until I feel differently, which feels like a bit of a sidestep, and I can't control that. So, given how I feel, and without arguing with what I think or predicting or hoping that what I think will change, and I think I've outlined what I think pretty clearly.
Hmm.
Now, what do you think I should do?
Okay.
You see the predicament of I'm not blowing him up. He's bigger than I am.
Right. Hmm.
So he's already out there sending messages that I believe are directly harmful to people getting mental
There's
health.
only
The
one
exact
type of
opposite
eel.
of what everybody
Okay.
thinks he is doing.
Right. I think you should
I
veil
believe
your
he's
anger more in what you're putting
what?
out there.
Okay. Can you explain why you think I should veil my anger?
It's going right back to like my concern about like trial by media and witch hunting. I think like there's a parasocial relationship with followers. If you are engaging in lots of anger because you have lots of emotions around this, you could incite a lot of people to do a lot of rash, silly things where they jump on the bandwagon, whether they agree or not. And the problem is that these claims can escalate and grow, right? You might be having a decently, your reaction, like I said, to how you feel about things is at least it makes sense, right? I disagree about some of the conclusions you've come to, but if I was feeling the same way you were feeling, I wouldn't say that your decision to
Yeah.
like report him to the medical board is disproportionate based on what you think has happened and transpired, right? My
Yeah.
concern is that your anger is going to give rise to a mob who is going to utilize your anger as fuel. And the problem is that these things are often going to get out of hand, right? They're going to go beyond you. They're going to quickly become out of your control. So the goals of what you want can explode if trial by media engages. And I genuinely think we're at the brink of it, right? You've got another streamer, Chad Logic, who kind of jumped in as well. After seeing your stuff, he probably would have never even thought about Dr. K until after that, right? I want you to be able to be yourself, right? And I enjoy that, but the problem is that sometimes the viewers are going to hijack your energy, right? And where they go with it isn't always conscionable, right? Where they go with it might be beyond even what you're asking for, right? What if they, rather than reporting him to the medical board, they start doing things like harassing his family, harassing his kids or his wife, things like that, which is definitely within reason of where this could go. And that's my concern, because we've seen it a ton, right? Like, I mean, I think like most major streamers have experienced some form of harassment where people come after their actual family members, and I think that
But
that's
isn't there usually a person like obviously I don't want anybody to harass anybody. Isn't
yeah.
there usually but okay, so streamers will say that, but I think that when I say it, people believe that I actually don't want anybody to harass Dr. K.
I don't know if that's true. Because, like I said, I was doing my best to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I like you. Even after this this conversation, I really like you, and I still
Okay.
thought you were implying that he's malicious, and you don't care about his intent, but a lot
Whether
of
he's
people
malicious
do.
or not, do you think that I want people to harass him?
No, I don't think you want this. That's not the point.
Well, but yeah, but when somebody says, "Well, don't," I disavow anybody harassing Anita Sarkeesian. Do you believe that?
That what?
When streamers tell you not to harass the person they've been haranguing,
Do I believe
like,
that? Do I believe them that they don't want people to harass them? Yes. The problem is that like that's not necessarily how trial by media and lynch witch
like
hunts
after
go.
Vosh hung up on me, he said, "MrGirl fans need lead therapy."
Yeah.
I believe he wants his fans to harass me and my fans.
Okay.
Um,
What do you think
but
about that?
I don't think you should say things like that. But if he wants to say, "I believe MrGirl is unethically talking about Android underwear, blah blah blah," whatever he's mad at me about, then like that's fine.
Right.
Your Uber has arrived.
The issue
don't-
is that like the mob at some
I
point
guess
when it
I
gets
get
to a certain size doesn't care what you
Yeah.
want, because especially if you're no longer being the talking piece for them, sometimes people just want to stir shit and they get like caught up on a cause for whatever reason, and it no longer matters what the original like whistleblower. That's the
And you
whole
think
issue
I
with
should try?
Gamergate
Okay,
is the
yeah,
boyfriend didn't
I
want
fucking,
women to
I
be
know,
harassed.
I
Yeah.
get, I know,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You're
So that's
saying
my
that I
concern.
should. You're saying I should compensate for this concern for Dr. K's safety.
I would say
Okay,
you've already
we
submitted
agree.
a
We agree
medical.
right now. Let me fucking finish.
Okay.
We agree right now that I am losing the PR battle. But we both also agree that I might swiftly win it in a sudden reversal sometime in the next like
It
week
could.
or two.
Yeah. If enough
Okay.
streamers kind of start to get on your side, right?
Okay. So it's possible that I will suddenly be the Goliath here.
I imagine, to be honest, if it just stayed with you leading it, that would be one thing. I imagine that
But
somebody bigger who's willing to say more extreme things than you could co-opt the leadership and then take it in a direction
Okay.
that you never wanted it
Well,
to go.
Okay. And you're saying that I should compensate for the possibility of this by being less emotionally authentic.
I think you should be careful about the decisions you're making of just being rooted in your anger, right?
Do
I
you
don't know
think that
what you need to do
you're
more.
telling me to be less emotionally authentic?
I'm asking what more do you need to do based on how you're feeling about this situation. You're going to come out with a video.
You're not asking that. You're not asking that.
Okay, I am asking it now. You've already come out with a video. Well, you're coming out with a full form video, right? You haven't released it yet?
Right.
Okay, so you've got that video, right? You've submitted a claim to the medical board.
This isn't a question.
So
This
my
is a
question is,
list.
what more do you need to do?
I'm happy to tell you.
Okay.
I need to make this video, which is a primer on education, an educational video on therapy ethics,
Okay.
complete with expert interviews, if anybody agrees to do that. Here are the rules. Here's how I broke them. Here's why they're important. Then I want to do a video about, maybe a video about healthy gamer. Depending on what happens after the first video, and maybe depending on what happens with the ethics decision, and I'll probably send the video to some journalists who are probably interested in this, and then see what happens. The next video would be about healthy gamer, and then I've been filming myself watching these Reckful sessions and just like screaming at the camera. That would be the one that probably you're the most concerned about. The raw emotion video. And that'd probably be the last. Of me just like probably at my most like unhinged on camera so far.
Okay. This is going to be like an aside. It's just more, I guess it's more of like a check-in. Do you still feel like I am engaging with you in like good faith and being like honest in what I'm saying?
You're trying to.
Okay. Meaning like
Yes.
more
The good
yes
faith
than no?
means you're trying.
Right.
Yes, I think that you are being careful and probably have to be careful in a way that prevents you from fully. Well, also, we're like on stream and you are a counselor. So I think there's some things preventing you from fully digging in. But I don't think you are being. I don't think you're being dishonest at all. I think you're being a little cautious. And my anti-cautious kind of approach to conversations is somewhat clashing with that. But I don't know that there's anything we can do about it.
Okay.
But as far as intentionality, yes, I think you're being good faith. I just think you have to be a little more careful than I do in this conversation, and we should just admit that.
Okay. So you don't feel like I'm bullshitting you or like actively lying or like anything
No,
like
no,
that?
no, no, no,
Okay.
not at all.
That's good. I just wanted to check and make sure. Because to be honest, like if you felt like I was engaging in like bad faith, like in my mind, I'm like, I don't know where we go now because there's no way to like rebuild
No.
that kind of trust. So that's good to hear. So hearing kind of about like what your plan is, where to take this.
Yeah, that's kind of like the vague outline, but I don't know what's going to happen, so it could change. But those are the things that are coalescing, the 3 videos that are coalescing, and then after that, I'm in touch with I think 5 healthy gamer coaches now.
Mm-hmm.
So like, that's like 10% of his coaches. So like, the number of people who are reaching out to me saying like, and then there's people who like gone to sessions there or who went on stream with him and felt weird about it, sending me like documents and contracts and shit and all this crap I have to like look through to figure out like what I think of it, and then so I don't know what's gonna come up, but like yeah, if I end up with like half the coaches saying like I want to talk to you about this, like probably doing a healthy gamer video would make sense.
Do they
And
want to
then
talk to you about you like to like whistleblow, or they just want to like try to explain their workplace more to you?
I think it's both. I honestly think that they are more just like, I want to just figure out what's going on.
Right. And so I guess what I would
And
say,
I think they view me as wanting to just figure out what's going on. I don't think they think I'm just doing a takedown. I think it's like I think they actually believe that I am trying to figure this out. And I think part of the reason they believe that is that I am very forthright about how angry I am.
yeah,
I feel like that in a way makes me more credible because it doesn't seem like I have an agenda. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. And you're saying that that transparency is also dangerous because it can fuel people's anger and have them take it in a way I don't want. But like,
it's being mindful about it. It's not being about being dishonest
no,
at
I
all.
don't think I will be. I don't think I want to be mindful about it.
I think once you're the head of a movement, you have duty of care because you already said you don't want this to end in like an absolute like situations where like wife, family, kids are being harassed, healthy gamer coaches are being harassed.
No,
Like you don't want that.
no,
And I believe you. And so I think if you are heading
I
up a
don't.
major movement and like a public campaign against somebody, you have duty of
Uh-huh.
care because you're leading it. And here's the thing, like I think you have this
Yeah,
anger.
I just don't think admitting that I'm angry is. I think that's actually more responsible. I don't think
So
it's
the anger
irresponsible
isn't
to
the
be
issue.
angry.
My concern is like sometimes the language, right? Like you tend to use like very strong language and stuff like that, which is fine by itself. But once you're at the head of an entire movement, so my concern is that like you have this authentic feeling, you have a deeply complex view. Here's the thing, like I could be fucking wrong about everything, and you've just like sniffed up to some nefarious shit that's going on that nobody fucking predicts. Like that shit happens. So I'm not saying like you're
Yes,
100%
that's
wrong.
what's
I'm
happening.
saying I'm
That's just absolutely what's happening.
I'm saying maybe. I'm definitely not saying for sure. Like I'm not fully agreeing with you, but it could be, right? I'm
It is.
open to that possibility happening. What I'm
Okay.
saying
Okay.
is you've already reported to him to the correct authorities as far as his medical
Yeah.
licensure goes, right? Which is within your I
I
think
think
the
I think
factual
I think
video
my
that you're planning to make is an excellent idea around ethics around that
absolutely
because I think
the
I think
thing we're
this
talking
conversation
about
is
is it
so important.
irresponsible to express anger?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then tell me what you think is irresponsible.
You got to let me finish.
No, because I already know. You already said all this.
Yes, I'm restating things because I feel like you're missing the most important point. If they hijack your righteous anger, they could turn it into malicious anger that they have not earned, and they will use it for things that could be really dangerous. That's
Yes,
my
I
concern.
already know that, and I don't want that. My question to you is, how do you know that disclosing my own personal, um, like psychological roots and problems and unhingedness is going to add fuel to the fire of whatever mob forms rather than subtracting from it?
Why would your
Maybe it's
anger
better
subtract?
because people will see it as like, this is very personal for Mr. Girl. It's not something I should be angry about. He's not angry because it's like obvious we should all be angry.
I
Um,
don't know if people think like that because you have to remember that
I don't
a
I
lot
don't
of
I
the
don't
people are
know either.
parasocial
I'm
with you,
raising
right? A lot of your followers are going to be parasocial. So
yeah,
because of
but
parasociality, we tend to want to protect the things that we love and care about, and we tend to take on their emotions because we care about them. We broadly agree with them, right? But not everyone is going to take the care that you are going to of being like, look, guys, I'm not interested in harassing, right? That's the
I
problem
don't
is that
know.
these movements get
I
hijacked.
think I've done a pretty good job of messaging with my fans, even the most parasocial, that I don't feel the way I feel because I'm supposed to. My feelings aren't right. That's just how I feel, and and I'm not you, and it's not how you feel.
Yeah.
And I I I think in exchange for doing a good job of that, that I can responsibly express my emotions.
Right. I guess my issue is that not all of the people who are going to get behind the movement, who are going to feel the anger you have actually like essentially earned the anger that they might feel towards Dr. K because they probably haven't even watched all of the videos because it is 12 hours, right? It's a lot of time to invest to do like
I'm
the
gonna invite you to my
deep dive
Discord.
research.
Are you not in my Discord, are you?
I don't think so.
Would you like to join it?
Sure.
Okay. before everybody starts spamming fuck Dr. K or whatever the fuck they're about to start doing, I want you to join and look around.
Okay.
Look in general, video discussion, suggestions, and research.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I'm not necessarily talking about your followers and viewers right now. I'm talking about the people who
Yes.
join angry, kind of like witch hunt mobs that follow after. Those are the ones I'm mostly concerned about because, particularly, like, I'm not saying your fans are freaks who are just like, and they want to destroy. Like, I don't need to go through, like, I can join your thing. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to vet all your fans, especially when you're a small time content creator. I find that a lot of times the people who follow you are going to be a lot more engaged. Like, I've been really, really impressed with even the people on my channel and stuff because they really engage with content because I tend to, I'm super fucking long winded. I don't have a name behind me. And so the only reason people are going to follow me or you to some extent is because of something, right? Something probably a little bit more thoughtful. But if this moves towards more of like a movement and your name becomes like just kind of a name, right? Those are the people that now get involved. Those are the ones. I'm not saying that you're fans right now, right? I'm not saying that like right now you have a group of troublemakers who are trying to harass people and go after kids. Like I don't think that that's the case at all, right? I wouldn't say that about any fan base. I'm not even talking about Twitch fan base
I don't think
followers
I don't think I
necessarily.
can do what you're asking as like an artist.
Right. I guess my issue is like there's movements and then they descend into something else. And that's where things like felons go to riots more often than protesters go to riots.
Yeah,
and they don't care about
sure,
the movement
sure.
at all, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
what
think
I'm concerned about.
Your ends justify the means thinking again just is. I think I just don't think that way.
Yeah. That's fair. I think if you're like going to take on like the like mantle of like leading something like this, there has to be a certain level of duty of care because I think you agree that you wouldn't want
I
to
know
see
what
this
you think.
ending
I'm saying
with
I don't
something.
agree with you.
Yeah, but do you
I
want?
don't agree with you.
I think it's like you're an artist, you're avant-garde, and that's fine. But you're now
Yeah.
becoming a social advocate. You're moving into a new sphere.
I don't know.
I think you are. You're making an
I
educational
don't know.
video, right?
Yeah.
You're advocating for certain ethics around therapy. Like you're definitely moving into more of an
artists
advocacy
artists
education
do that all the
space.
time. Artists do advocacy all the time.
You want to convince everyone that Dr. K is bad.
I want them to see why I think he's bad.
Do you want them to believe you?
No.
What do you mean?
I want them to believe that I think it.
I think you do, because if they don't believe you, why would you, like, you want his license to be stripped? Correct? So you want the ethics board to believe you. The licensure board. I'm going to be more careful about the language.
I want the ethics board to uphold the rules. I don't want them to believe me. I don't want them to just do what they're fucking supposed to do.
Right.
I believe they. It's your thing. It's like backwards. I believe them. I was taught these rules and I believe them. They're
But
the one
that's
making
like
the
your
rules.
interpretation of the rules.
I don't think so. I think you're just wrong.
I think that fundamentally that's what everything is to some extent, even the way when I'm analyzing this, it's fundamentally my interpretation of the rules. That's why these boards exist, is to be like, let's get as smart and elected people as possible. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't think the ends justify the means in general.
Right.
And not in this case either.
My concern is that mobs will want to punish Dr. K. Ethics boards are going to respond to Dr. K.
And those are the ends. And so you want to justify the means with the ends. I get what you're saying. I think the process that you are approaching, the way you're approaching this, I think is like inherently almost immoral. Like I don't think it's right to conceal my emotions or motivations, nor to suppress like artistic videos or emotional videos I want to make because I'm afraid of people misunderstanding them. I think that I should
because you're an
more.
artist, right? And I think that that's a valid claim for an artist. Like genuinely, the problem is that the moment you're going into education, you're asking, like you're advocate, like you're.
Even
I would say you're advocating.
I think everybody should communicate this way. I don't.
But
You said
you wanted to publicly destroy his career. If you do that publicly, that means people are going to get behind you, right? The reason why the public would destroy his career, the reason why that would be a thing is because people are going to get behind you and say, absolutely, this is happening. And ideally, in your case, the ethics board will also get behind you and say that this is happening, because that would add a lot of fuel to what you're claiming. But I think it's like, I don't really know what to do with the fact that you're saying, like,
No,
I
no,
want people to
I don't
believe
want
that
to
I
just.
believe what I'm saying, but I don't want them to believe what I'm saying, because it's like, then why are you like
There are
releasing all
two.
of this?
There are two courts. There's the professional court and the public opinion court. And the worst outcome in this case would be, and I am talking about the outcomes now, but the outcome aligns with what I think is right anyway, is that he wins both. Oh no, sorry, that he wins. It's like if Trump gets indicted and convicted of a crime,
Mm-hmm.
and the public, all of his fans, are not convinced that he should be. That's bad.
Okay. What if there are bad outcomes to what you're doing? Say what you want happens. His medical license gets revoked. The gamer coach.
Wait, let me finish. That does not mean that he should not be indicted if he committed a crime.
Okay.
If Trump committed a crime, he should be indicted. But I think it is the duty of journalists and whoever else, and artists, to try to explain in the most convincing, compelling way they can why that's happening to his fans.
Okay.
And
So
I feel like a duty to do that, to explain to Dr. K's fans, if I'm going to yank this like resource out of their lives, I feel obligated to also provide context to that, much the same way Dr. K, he's right about this. The professionals will not come explain it to you.
okay.
And I'm fucking begging them to, and they won't. So I see why he started the company, because they just won't get on Twitch and talk.
Yeah. Because of liability.
I mean, you're here, but like, the people who are like teaching and like psychology at universities won't come on Twitch. They won't do it
No, they won't, because of liability.
because they're cowards.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel, so that's why I'm making the educational video. And so it's not that I want to destroy his reputation. It's I want to protect people from him and explain why I'm doing that.
I believe that.
And I want to be as emotionally transparent about it as possible.
I believe that. The problem is that I think like you're not being either like honest or where. So like my question would be of like where this could go and like what your duty is to it. So my question is, okay,
I don't have a duty. I don't think I have a duty to control the behavior of my audience or of anybody else's audience.
So let's say let's like run out a situation and everything you want to have happen happens and nothing extra happens. There's no harassing anything. So it's kind of the ideal situation for you. Like
I fundamentally disagree. Okay, I feel like you keep asking me questions without.
Well, you're not letting me finish that question.
But you're not reconciling that I don't think that way, and I think it is wrong to even ask.
Don't think what way?
That the ends justify the means.
Right. So
I am not strategizing.
So if something really bad happened as a result, like 4 of the clients that are seeing healthy gamer coaches end up dying by suicide, would you still feel like you had done something good and like you would be okay with the actions that you had taken? Particularly when somebody's voice like, hey, some of these things are valid, but I'm worried about other things. That would be okay with you.
Let's be clear. Are you asking me if it's okay with me if people commit suicide?
No one's saying that. I'm saying
would I feel horrible about it? Yes. Would I blame myself? Yes. Would that make me think that I don't do things that I think are wrong, particularly on my channel. Like when I have time to really think through what do I think is the right thing to do and the right way to approach this, I don't do things that I think are wrong. So if I do my best and something horrible happens, would that make me wish I could go in a time machine and like do something different? Like maybe, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to not do what I think is right.
Right. I
So
think I guess an issue I'm having is it feels like you're blurring the line between artist and advocate, and I think that there are different levels of care that are
I don't think there's a line. I guess I just don't agree that there is a line.
I think there absolutely is a line. Social
And I
advocates
think
work
that
very
there,
different than artists.
I don't. I think there's a lot of overlap. Maybe it's all overlap.
Right.
I think there's political art and social art and artistic advocacy. Like, I just don't agree with you.
Yeah. I think it is wrong to let people hijack your anger and convert it into their own and then use that anger that they have not earned for whatever means that they have. And I think you are setting up a situation,
And
just like you said, like there's a recipe to like have some certain end. I am concerned that you're
yeah,
setting up a recipe for some certain end. And I get that you said like the ends don't justify the means, but I think you still have to be
no,
thoughtful of where things can go based on your actions.
I don't think you should be inauthentic or conceal or not speak because of that. I think if I were you, there are things I would not say because of my clients, for sure.
Right.
And that is, and I said like I can't be I don't want to be a therapist because I can't because of things I've said and done. But I don't feel that way about my audience. I feel that my duty to my audience is to say those things and not hold them in because I'm afraid of what will happen.
Okay. I guess because you're not concerned about the ends, right? You're concerned with like principles. But you
Oh,
said
I'm very concerned. I'm just not making decisions based on that concern.
yeah. I guess my concern is that because you're kind of taking like a deontological approach of saying like I'm cared about the principles and the policies, but I said okay, well, what if the IRB, the like major head of these principles and policies, said you're incorrect? You basically said it would make me stop and think, but I'd probably continue anyways because I feel like if right you did the whole analogy of like I'm pretty sure I know that this is a water bottle, and so if the board
Yeah.
says it's not, then I'm going to take on the board too.
Yeah.
Similarly, I think it is wrong to let people take your anger, your righteous anger, and use it for their own ends.
I know. You said that. I'll think about it, but I don't I just don't see how I can you're essentially saying that at some point I'll get too big to be honest, too big to be emotional. And I think that I don't think that's acceptable to me for a number of reasons. So I think that what needs to happen is that need to be more um, I need more disclosure about my anger and where it's coming from, not less.
It's not about you being too big. Your impact, it's not about you being too big. Your art matters, right?
Hmm. You wouldn't be saying this to me if I only had like 200 subscribers on YouTube. I think it is about me
I,
becoming too big.
no, I think some art makes you an advocate.
Yeah, I guess I just don't agree. If we have to choose between authenticity and responsibility, I I'm gonna I'm gonna go for authenticity at the crossroads.
I don't think that these things are mutually exclusive.
I think that you are doing some mental gymnastics.
How so?
Um, I just don't. I guess I just don't see anger as destructive as you do, or the expression of it. I think that you're explaining repression and like self-censorship in a way.
Okay. Would it maybe be helpful for us to talk a little bit about what we both agree on? Because I feel like this whole conversation has been like us kind of
You
at
could
odds with one
talk about
another.
whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you still feel like we are engaging in like
I've said a lot more about what I think than you have. You've mostly said what you don't think. So you want to go? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
sure.
You already know
Um
what I think. So I can't say what I agree with you on because I don't know. All I know is what I disagree with you on. I disagree with this like emotional shit that
okay.
you're saying.
So where we're probably going to agree is areas where I think Dr. K has misstepped. I
Okay.
imagine.
Okay.
I think so. I think one of the most important ones. So there's a lot of ethic gray, and I think ethic grays matter for two reasons. First of all, if there are ethic grays that are going on in a situation that maybe is object. So say we do a whole bunch of data, and in this world we find out not only is Dr. K helping people, but he's helping people as much as possible. And the ethics go against that. We probably need to look at how we manage these ethics, right? To make potentially what Dr. K is doing actually rinse and repeatable in a safe way. If it's true that I'm assuming, giving him the greatest benefit of the doubt, that he's doing the best possible work, right?
I will make it legal.
Yeah, basically making the ethics change, right? Because I think that there are absolutely times where ethics get behind technology, behind the world, and things need to change. So in that case, if we figure out Dr. K is doing not just good work, but immensely good work, we should probably rinse and repeat that, because mental health is obviously a major, major issue that needs to be addressed. And most experts would tell you, I don't know, I can't think of a single expert that would disagree that we are not adequately addressing mental health
Okay.
in our nations.
100% disagree. Continue.
Okay. Um, I would say Dr. K violated, so in the American psychiatric ethics, I kind of went through, there's one of them about providing competent medical care. And the first stanza of that talks about how basically that they need to ensure that the boundaries of the doctor-patient relationship are really clear. Right? We talked about
Yeah.
this.
That's like the first paragraph.
Yeah, it's the first one. I agree that he violated this to some extent. I just don't know to what extent, whether it's like malpractice or whether it's this was bad, here's a consequence for you, because he should have defined the relationship way before episode 5, right? He defined it, so I would argue he did define it when he gives the disclaimer. And then it became abundantly clear, even within the first session, that the disclaimer was insufficient, because Reckful kept calling it therapy and therapist. He talked to Pokimane about how like Dr. K is her favorite her therapist and his therapist, right? So it's beyond clear that the lines were blurred, and the client was basically, they made a verbal contract, and then the client to some extent broke it, which I wouldn't put on the client. It's because I would say the practitioner needs to do more care. I don't think the DTR.
Wait, you're saying that Dr. K was Pokemon's therapist in
She claimed it.
2019?
She
In
claimed it.
2019?
I don't know the dates. I just remember I didn't watch Pokimane at
That's in
all.
the first. That's in the first session.
I don't know anything about Reckful claimed that Pokimane said this, so I'm not putting words in
Okay.
anyone's mouth.
Pokimane said that Dr. K was her therapist 3 days ago.
Reckful also talked to Pokimane in one of the videos
Yes.
where he was talking with Dr. K, and said that
I'm just
Pokimane had said
establishing
that.
I'm establishing that it's possible that he's been her private psychiatrist for 2 years, or yeah.
Yeah,
2 years.
it's a longer standing relationship than you first assumed. Is that kind of what you're meaning? Like you didn't know that, and I'm giving you new information.
And I don't think she lives in Massachusetts.
Right. Okay. So overall, I would say it is
Continue.
abundantly clear to me that this is not therapy disclaimer is insufficient. And I would say the fact that like he maintained just using that as his simple disclaimer it wasn't enough. It obviously wasn't, because it wasn't just Reckful, right? Where you could say like, because you could try to be like, well, yeah, Reckful didn't understand it, but like Reckful was really mentally unwell. It's like, well, no, lots of people didn't understand it. And the reality is most people who watch it, they're like, yeah, it's not therapy, but it's therapy, right? That's the whole issue. And so absolutely the DTR needs to be more clear. And if he's genuinely saying that he's not doing therapy, he needs to make it more clear how he is not doing therapy. I don't think he's
Okay,
engaging in psychiatry, but he is doing therapy.
You agree? Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being it is clearly not therapy, and 10 being it clearly is therapy, where do you think that Reckful and the audiences, if you think they're at about the same place, where do you think that their understanding of what the relationship is at?
10 is very much so. It's therapy.
10 is 10 is therapy and 1 is not therapy.
I'd say 8.
There's only one type of eel.
Okay, so you think that they are 80% of the way to a therapy relationship?
No, 80% of the way to the client believing that it's a therapeutic relationship, that it's a therapist-client relationship.
The client and everybody else watching.
Sure. I mean, I mostly mean like I can't base it on just I have done a ton, but yes.
Well,
sure. Let's just lump them. Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and he's claiming that it's a 1.
I don't know if he's claiming it's a 1.
Well, he said it's not therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you ask Dr. K, what on a scale of 1 to 10, how much is this therapy?
There's
What
only
do you
one
think he would
type of
say?
eel.
I feel like he'd say it's a 3. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he knows that
got-
it kind of is, but he thinks the biggest risk is liability, and he's the one taking on the liability risk.
Sure,
So he's okay
that's
with
right.
that.
So,
yeah.
and ethics-wise, it needs to be a 1 or a 10.
Once the ethics boards get involved, they will decide a 1 or a 10. Yes, ultimately.
And it's supposed to be a 1 or a 10. To follow the rule, it needs to be a 1 or a 10.
What do you mean? I think I'm getting lost in what you mean. Like, can you just explain that? What do you mean by that?
The client needs to know whether they're your client or not. Clearly, there can be no question if they are your client or they're your friend. There cannot be any question. For you to follow the rule, you need to. It's fine if you're a therapist and the client thinks you're their friend, but you're coming to therapy with them. That's fine. The problem is if you're not their therapist and they think you are, then you kind of have to withdraw yourself from the situation.
I'd say to a certain extent. For example, like if you have a client who's maybe like actually in an acute psychotic episode, and no matter what you do
I'm
to
talking
explain
about
it.
people who aren't your clients thinking that you are.
Right, but I think because of these
can you talk to them? Can you keep talking to them about their feelings?
I think because of these ambiguous situations that can arise, like issues.
I'm asking you a specific question.
I know, and I'm trying to answer it if you let me.
I don't want to let you because I want you to answer my question instead of the new one that you're making.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
If a non-client thinks that you are their therapist, can you keep asking them about their childhood trauma?
No, you need to DTR.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can redefine it, renegotiate.
So with regard to this,
and
we're
potentially
supposed to be
still
going
talk
through
about
this
it.
quickly. So I just want to lay this out.
Why are we going through this quickly?
There's only one
because
type of eel.
I think this is a binary thing. I don't think it is that complicated.
I think ethics necessarily are complicated.
This one isn't, because if he is his therapist, he is now his medical doctor and needs to do an intake evaluation and have him sign consent forms, and he can't be doing it on Twitch.
Well, he didn't do psychiatry, so he wasn't his medical doctor. He was acting as a psychotherapist for sure. He definitely didn't engage in psychiatry.
I don't think that someone who is only an MD
There's
can
only one
engage in
type of eel.
non-psychiatry
Okay.
psychotherapy. I think anything he does.
Hype train.
Also, he asked him how lithium made him feel. He's practicing psychiatry.
Right.
He's talking about medications, even if he's not prescribing them. I don't think he has any authority under which to practice therapy other than as a doctor. So, if he's his doctor or if he's his therapist, whatever, he can't be doing it on Twitch. He didn't sign any paperwork. He can't practice in Texas. He's breaking multiple rules and laws if he is his patient. If he's not his patient, then he's breaking the rule. As you say, he's at an 8 out of 10 in believing he is his patient. Then he's breaking that rule.
There's only
Likely
one
he's breaking
type
both.
of eel.
But
Okay.
Yes, I would agree. Those
I don't
lines are
see.
super blurry. To say like he's broken all of both, you could argue
Okay.
the individual is getting some benefits of both and some cons of both.
Okay.
And the blurriness, I'm
Yeah.
fully agreeing with you. The blurriness is a problem. I think it's a problem that Dr. K has regularly. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think he needs to shore that up a lot more. And I think overall at this point, because it seems like he's not really I think he becomes so emotionally invested in people that he can't help but blurring those lines necessarily in the conversations, that he should be probably stepping away from some of these one-on-ones that are public, because it seems pretty obvious, regardless of what he's tried to do, that he seems to just keep blurring these lines more and more.
Yeah. Okay. I want to hear what you think. I'm so angry at you that I can't stop talking. So why don't you just say what you think, and I'll just be quiet.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate that. I do want to have like a bit of a back and forth. So if you like get to the point where you need to ask something, please do.
If you have a question, let me know.
Okay. You want me to just monologue at you? And like, or do you
Yeah.
want, we
Yeah.
can take like
Yeah.
a
Go for it.
5-minute like ad break if you
No.
want.
No. Go for it.
Okay.
Wait, a 5-minute ad break?
I don't know. Just something to give you like 5 minutes to like cool down so that you can still engage, because I don't want to just be like monologuing
Every
at you. I can't.
word you say makes me more angry, so it's not going to happen. But I
Okay.
will just listen, and if you want me to input, you just let me know.
Okay, sure. So I think that it's not clear to me if the DTR, so I don't know basically what the ethics board will decide, if it was a full violation of basically his duty to inform the doctor relationship client, or if they'll find it murky, or if they'll give him like a slap on the wrist, basically. I have no idea what they'll decide. And more or less, I will defer to them because they have way more experience than I do in this situation. And so they're also going to see more ramifications than I might even not be seeing, right? So I think that that is absolutely something that I'm happy to defer to the ethics board, but I'm not willing to make a claim firmly right now based on just the evidence, because neither you nor I have the private information, and the ethics board is going to have access to that stuff because he'll have to submit it, right? And so I'm very curious about what happens in these private sessions, because I think the fact that he went public and then into private made the conversation, the relationship so much more blurry. Like it just like it went from being like, yeah, it's blurry to like, holy crap, this is really blurry. Sorry, I'm not used to like not having a response back, so I'm going. I took a lot of notes, so I'm also just going through and kind of skipping on to other critiques that I have. We talked a fair bit about him offering up the offer of being that friend for 2 years. I was really sick over that. I think this is where he actually did a moral wrong, quite strongly. I'm really upset by that, because he knew what it meant to Reckful, and that's why he offered it. He offered it because he knew. Sorry if you can hear my dog. I'm just gonna shut my door. He knew unequivocally what that meant to Reckful. And Reckful wasn't even looking for it in that conversation. When they were talking, right, he was he was acting like he had a present behind his back, and Reckful didn't even fucking know that there was a present back there. He was like, well, yeah, it'd be nice, but like, I don't really have anyone. And he was brainstorming completely on his own options of how he could find somebody to be like a strong, constant support for the next 2 years, right? And my concern is that that is absolutely a situation where if Dr. K said that he wanted to be that person for him, he honestly should have tried to get licensed in Texas and taken him on as a formal client. If he was going to make that promise, which he did, right? My view with clients in general is if you're going to make like ridiculous offers, you should never. You really shouldn't, because you can't make offers to high vulnerable people. You can't make not just offers, promises. And not just a promise. He promised not just to be there for him for 2 years, but he meant it in the deepest sense. All Reckful wanted was family. That's all he wanted in life. And to be there for somebody through thick and thin, in basically most ways, is in a lot of ways a familiar relationship. That's why we pay, as you said, that's why therapists get paid to like more or less manage this relationship, to kind of to somewhat be a pseudo family. And it's not exactly a family, and I think most people who have therapists would agree it's not precisely. I'm not going to like call them up on the weekend. He was offering more than that, right? And the problem is that if you're going to offer that, you need to follow through on it, which is why it's better to almost never offer it, because it is a huge promise, right? And I agree as well that in the next session, when they kind of outlined that he got like kind of over emotional, got a little bit like caught up in his feelings around it. They basically, he tried to so he owned and said, I shouldn't have said that. And then Reckful jumped in and like, yeah, and we just talked about how like you got like a little bit too caught up in your emotions. And I'm like, did you though? Because the situation, like Reckful wasn't even looking for you at all in that situation. He was looking for others. You offered it to him. You offered it to him and it shocked him. It wasn't even on his purview. And not just you offered it to him, but then you talked about it with him for like 15 minutes, right? And then after that stream ended, Dr. K probably realized, oh shit, right? So I think he unquestionably fucked up there. He absolutely violated ethical bounds. And I think it was immoral because he didn't follow through on it, because he couldn't. He couldn't. And so he should have never done that, which is where he absolutely blurs the lines, which is why I would say there is probably space to say, like, if the say when you submit this, the medical board basically is like, you know what, we're going to temporarily suspend your license while we evaluate this. I think that honestly that might even be fair, because that's pretty significant, right? That doesn't mean that good practitioners don't fuck up. I think everyone would admit that good practitioners fuck up. The problem is that it still wasn't clear the entire time whether or not Dr. K was owning whether he was a practitioner or not in his relationship with Reckful, right? And taking that back, even though, like you said, like, even though Reckful was like voiced like being okay with it and stuff, you could see like he was sad. It sucked. It hurt his feelings, right? And I think that was really bad. I think that was not good. And I think at that moment, Dr. K really needed to evaluate and probably shouldn't have done the last 2 streams live in general, even if Reckful really, really wanted to, because Reckful seemed to really enjoy the public part of it. So I think that was a bad situation. The problem, like I said, is I do believe that practitioners, even really, really good practitioners, can fuck up, right? And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't hold them accountable for what they fuck up, and you should. It just means that, like, I don't know to what extent that the consequence should essentially match the crime, right? I don't think that the fuck up, though, puts him in culpability for like what happened with Reckful by any means, because I do think fundamentally he was actively trying to help him, and I do think based on like Reckful and reports of people who were around Reckful that even though Dr. K was violating all these ethical things, by and large Reckful was mostly improving with Dr. K's support. Yeah, that really made me sad. Yeah. It's not enough for me to say that he shouldn't be able to practice ever again, but I think that that's a really big issue. When it comes to the healthy gamer coaches, I'm a little surprised at the cost because they aren't professionals. I have no problem.
Did you look at the website? I think I misstated the cost. There's
it's
content
55.
Creator,
right?
55 an hour.
Yeah, for the smallest package of 12 sessions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with that. I think in general, people in psychology and in the field need to talk about group therapy more, because I think rather than like, I genuinely think that like if anything, this coaching stream should probably be like sold as like a peer-reviewed talent search where it finds people who are really gifted at like working with people, and then it pays them and promotes them to basically go and get professionally trained, and then maybe even brings them back to run group therapy. So I'm not sure that I love the pricing, but I don't know exactly how their billing and stuff all works out. Do I think that peer pro-social like support can be helpful to mental health? I think like demonstrably that's shown to be true. I don't fully understand how they navigate the clinical issues that come up, like if somebody is severely depressed, right, or if somebody is actively bipolar, right? Those are things that peers can't and aren't trained enough to deal with. So I have questions around that, which I think is probably worth just being like assessed and analyzed, especially if it's going to continue to to grow. And I would hope that there is a fair bit of oversight, not just from Dr. K, but that he's actually got like professionals hired underneath him that maybe don't directly work with clients, but they're actively checking up on like notes from their peer support group, and basically like doing some roundtable discussions with the peer coaches to like make sure that everyone's being ethical, that everyone's like engaging in a healthy way, that everyone's passing on individuals who are like way outside of their scope, stuff like that. Would you like to respond to anything about the coaching? Because we haven't really talked about that yet. And I know that you disagree with
No,
me on the first thing. Do you feel like you
yeah,
disagree
I
with me on
want
the second point?
the coaching point.
No, the second point, sorry, that I made about I thought it was immoral of Dr. K to promise and then take away.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Do you have any like thoughts to add on to that? Or do you feel like you've said it already?
It's the same immorality as the entire relationship in Dr. K's entire presence on Twitch. It's the feeling that he wants to help. He can't help without breaking some rules. He disregards the rules, and in a moment of self-involvement and with an emotional swell, and the emotions are about himself, and he is not attuned to the people or person he is trying to help, decides to break rules and overstep boundaries in a good faith attempt to help other people, but ends up hurting them and doing more harm than good. And
Right.
Reckful is the most easily identifiable case of the harm he has caused. Also saw someone in my chat earlier said that it's like wrong of us to talk about Reckful this way. I'm much more comfortable talking about Reckful because he's dead. There are other sessions that he has done with people who are alive, and I believe who might still be seeing him, and it's pretty weird to comment on somebody else's therapy relationship, but you fucking put it on Twitch, so it's kind of Dr. K's fault, but I don't think that you can if you're going to him for help, and he says, well, the way I help you is by advertising my services in front of your fans. I don't think that you can really meaningfully consent to that. So I am a bit conflicted about how much to get into his other therapy sessions. Reckful, the guy's dead. So he waived his right to privacy when he killed himself. I don't.
Is it kind of like there's less harm that can be done now because you're not like bringing
Yeah,
up old stuff for somebody
we're
who's
not
still
gonna, we're
alive?
not. Yeah, it's like donating your fucking organs, like, or your body to science. I want to talk about Reckful to help people and to protect the next potential Reckful.
Right.
And if that means digging up his grave and desecrating his corpse, then fine.
Right.
And I accept that. I accept that that's disgusting, and I accept that you are disgusted by me doing it. But I'm going to.
Right. I guess I would wonder I just can't know because I like don't know the internal workings, but when I watch Dr. K like talking with people, I think like part of why these relationships get so blurry is because he is very attuned. In fact, he's like highly attuned, and he really, really, really wants to help, which is causing him to
No,
like blur these lines.
I don't agree that he's attuned at all.
Okay, how come?
I think he knows how to cause emotions. He does not know how to read them.
How like what would be? Is there an example that you can think of?
If I say, tell me about your childhood trauma, and you tell me the worst thing that happened to you in your entire life, and then I tell you, well, you know that 9-year-old girl is still there, and you're trying to protect her, and you burst into tears, it will look like that I could read you, but actually, I'm just asking you where your wound is and sticking a knife in it.
Yeah.
And then when you cry, and if I'm okay with you crying, it appears that I'm okay with you crying because I'm very empathetic and making space for your feelings. Actually, I'm okay with you crying because I don't really care. I'm too self-involved and too detached from my own sadness and the sadness of other people to really be thrown off by you crying. So it can feel like you're crying on a strong person's shoulder if the person is not being strong because they're strong, but they're being strong because they just aren't really swayed by your emotions too much. They just don't feel that personally invested in them.
Okay.
That's
That's
how
fair.
I view him. I don't think he's that I don't think he's that emotionally attuned to other people. I think he just knows how to push people's buttons and get you to where he needs to get you by the end of the 2-hour session, which is you were just crying, you've had an endorphin rush, you feel relieved, and now you're doing some calming breathing exercises. And of course, you're going to feel better at the end. And of course, you're going to say you feel better because you're filming a commercial.
Right.
And there's immense pressure on you from thousands of people to say, well, yeah, that was good. How many people have ever looked Dr. K in the eye and said, like, that didn't really work for me, actually? I've never seen that happen. He's a master manipulator, which can give the appearance of being emotionally attuned. But I think it's more formulaic and more he's doing something to you than he's reading you. That's how I
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's like worthwhile for us to go into analyzing Dr. K as like a therapist. Um,
I don't think we have to. I just want you to know where
yeah.
I don't want to argue about it. I just want you to know. I get that I get why you're saying he's attuned and why you think he's good at reading the situation or reading people's emotions. I just want to make it clear that I do not share that view.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, we can bypass that. Do you want to talk about healthy gaming coaches though? Actually, can I ask you one question before we launch into that potentially? And again,
Yeah.
this is going to be like more of like a me-you question. I'd be curious, and so okay, I'm going to caveat this with this might sound like a finger point and attack. It's more of like a genuine question of I don't really understand because you basically like talked about how it's bad for me, like me as an individual, as a counselor, to undermine the public's opinion of psychological ethics and their purpose, right? You basically said it's probably better for me to just lie and just say it's only about the clients.
No. Not to lie, to set a boundary.
And not talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if I feel like it's
Like
really important.
I have a boundary with my viewers that I don't talk about my body with them.
Okay.
So they ask me questions about my body all the time. I don't answer them. I'm
But
not
you think
lying.
it's
I just
right. And a
don't talk about
boundary
it.
is a boundary. You can just have a boundary for whatever reason. I guess my issue is I don't have that boundary. I'm completely comfortable talking with them. But you think that that's distinctly bad, I think, correct?
I think that's a bad idea. Yeah.
Right. Because of the ends, right? The effect of it. It'll cause people to
No.
like have different views around psychology and stuff like
Well,
that.
a projected or possible ends. Like it's like if you drunk drive, I think that's bad because of the possible ends. That's what makes it immoral. If you drunk drive and you don't crash into anybody, that's still bad. Even
Right.
if you like, so that's what I'm saying is
Because of the principle, but
you, you,
there's nothing that I'm
you,
ethically violating in any way to talk about like whether or not ethics, like what ethics are for, right? Number one, the clients. Number two, psychological practice as a whole. Probably number three. Probably number two is the practitioner,
I think
the
there are some
field, and
subtle
liability.
ethical problem. There are subtle ethical problems with that I don't know.
Your
I don't know if
concern
anybody
could
would ever.
get blurred based on my relationships, right? Because my clients might hear that and be like, oh, the only reason that Kyle is not willing to do certain things with me is because big bad insurance companies. But you don't know whether or not that's actually happening or if I don't address that directly.
It doesn't matter if it's happening. I think that I think it's unethical to say that. I think
Why?
what you said was unethical and that you shouldn't have said it.
Why?
Because the client needs to have the message that you are going to protect them from yourself for their safety. And if they get the message that the only reason you aren't sleeping with them, asking them for gifts, whatever else weird shit you would do, is because you would get in trouble, you have actually undermined a important part of protecting them.
Okay. So that's a consequence, right? That would
No,
be a
I don't know that for
consequence.
sure. I don't know for sure that would happen. I don't
No,
know
but
that
it could
anybody's.
be. It's
I
a
don't know.
probable consequence, which is why it's unethical.
Yeah.
So I guess why do you think it's not bad for you to fuel potentially a hate mob that might pressure professional decisions around somebody's medical licensure, which is also a consequence?
Because the okay, okay. So first of all, anything can be a consequence of anything, right? Like I think what you're describing is closer to a um I disagree with you in a few ways. Here's the biggest one. You have entered into a relationship with your clients where part of the relationship and the foundation of the relationship is that you will protect them from your own feelings and urges. You will
I'm not
not use
practicing
them.
at all right now, just to be clear. Now that I'm on Twitch, I have 0 clients under my care. None.
Oh, okay. But still, future clients, if you have future clients.
Maybe. I might say I was talking about that at that time.
To me, you're undermining something. That's what
Right.
I believe.
Okay, but that's a
So if you have
consequence, right?
I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
A future client, you are telling them, I will protect you from myself. There are things I want to do that would be bad for you, and I'm not going to do them because my job is to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
If they hear you talking about this, they can start thinking, well, are you doing that because you're taking care of me? Or if you could get away with it, would you start blurring the lines, cutting corners, and using me? Every therapist wants to use their clients. You're in such a huge position of power. Of course, you want to abuse your client. The question is, how do you avoid it, and what messaging do you send to them about that?
Right.
You can't tell the client like, I don't want to abuse you, because that's a lie and it's not true, and they know that. You can just avoid the topic altogether. But if the client asks you, like, like, I'm afraid you're gonna hit on me. This was something that happened to me with a therapist once. I told this story on my YouTube channel. I told a therapist that a friend of mine told me that I should keep seeing her as long as she doesn't try to sleep with me. And she freaked out and started over and over repeating, I'm not going to try to sleep with you. And I think she handled it really badly. You can't tell the client, I don't want to sleep with you, because then you're telling them, well, if I did want to sleep with you, then I would.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I believe that the
There's
most
only
ethical
one
way
type of
to handle
deal.
this is either to
Okay.
redirect and ask the client, well, why are you saying that? Or if they really corner you and you feel like you have to respond to this, say, it doesn't matter if I want to sleep with you. It's not relevant. That has nothing to do with me protecting you.
Mm-hmm.
I could, like, my job is to, whatever I feel towards you, that whatever impulse I have, my job is to stay in the role of taking care of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to show you that I can do that and do that, like, long term.
So
I don't have that relationship with my audience.
Yep, but what you're
I
talking
don't have that
about.
relationship with Dr. K. I have not entered into a professional or a moral agreement with Dr. K not to make people angry at him.
Right, for sure. But what you're talking about, the reason why you're concerned about my ethics is because of the consequences, right?
No, that's not your. I don't agree with your framing. But
That's fair. That's fair.
I did enter
There's
into an
only
agreement
one
with my
type of
audience that
Okay.
I would tell the truth about how I'm feeling, and that I will tell the truth about why I do what I do. And you're asking me to break that promise, and no one would ever know I broke it if I don't say I'm mad and I don't act mad, then no one will know that I'm mad. But I will know, and I promised them that I wouldn't do that. I promised them that I would be as transparent as possible.
Right.
So I have to do that.
Okay. I guess I'm still saying, like, I'm struggling right now because I don't want you to ever feel like I'm doing where I'm basically like getting you to open up to me and then like using your words against you or anything like that. Like, I think you would put it like in the conversation with Bookmarks. He like stabbed you in the gut.
I don't think it's a good argument, because we're not talking about just the consequence versus making this. We're talking about, what is the rule?
Yeah.
What are your ethics?
Why that rule matters.
And no.
Yes, because what you outlined in my situation.
Will you stop talking for a second?
No, because I've barely gotten to respond. So can I just have like a couple minutes to respond to you?
No,
More than like
I want,
2 sentences?
You made an argument. You said, but they're both about the consequence.
They are, because what you outlined in my situation, the reason why you were concerned about the ethics is because of the consequence of my actions.
No.
Yes.
There's
No.
only one type
Yes.
of
No.
deal.
Yes.
Okay.
No. No.
I don't know what to say. Explicitly, yes. You said the reason
No.
why it's
You're
wrong
framing,
is
you're framing
clients
of
could
this.
hear that and think certain
Yes.
things that could be harmful to them. Them thinking certain things as a response
Yes.
is the consequence of my actions.
Yes.
That's why you
All
think my
ethical
action is wrong.
all ethical rules are based on potential consequences. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Which is
Okay. Your framing of this is dishonest.
How so?
Your question is because what we're talking about is my ethics are established. My ethics of transparency and authenticity, the ethics that you were singing my praises for at the beginning of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You are asking me to break my rules because of the consequences, potential consequences that you see. Just the same way Dr. K broke the rules of ethics that he adhered. So I made my own rules. You did not make these rules, and Dr. K did not make these rules. He is breaking the rules because of potential consequences that he saw if he didn't break them. I'm saying that I don't think once you have established your code, when a situation comes along that makes you want to break it, I don't think it's right to do that, especially just to cover your own ass. So the reason I express my feelings is, one, it's part of my core mission to get people to be more vulnerable and honest about their feelings and empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Two, transparency is very important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is dangerous to go on a moral crusade, especially without being as transparent as possible.
Okay. I'm asking you to have a boundary. A boundary that you will not allow a mob to utilize your righteous anger.
Yes, but do you see how I'm saying, you don't have to agree with me, but do you see how I'm saying that the equivalence you're making here between rules being based on consequences and then saying, therefore, it's the ends justify the means? The justification part,
okay.
the rules are set up based on potential consequences. But then once you get into a situation where you're like, well, but it would be good for me to break this rule. It would be good for me to violate these ethics. You are now thinking with the ends justify the means, and you're rationalizing breaking your own code.
What
now,
code?
if you don't, now what it seems that Dr. K's code does not align with the code of ethics.
I'm
Seems
not
he has his own
rationalizing
code.
breaking any code. I don't think I'm violating any code.
You're trying to get me to break my code.
No, I'm asking you to assert a boundary around certain things. As
My code
this
is
movement picks up speed, to establish a new boundary for safety.
Transparency is part of my code.
Okay. You don't think that there's any way to be transparent while also making sure that people don't weaponize your anger?
I don't know, but what you're suggesting is that I be less transparent. If you have
No.
a suggestion on how to do that, I'm all ears.
Okay. And genuinely, maybe we can find a solution because it's your ethic, and
I don't think, yeah, I don't think you should. Go ahead.
you don't
I'm
think
all
I
ears.
should which?
I don't think I don't like it when journalists. I think all journalism should be opinion pieces.
Okay.
I think it would be great if every journalist, you knew when they presented the facts, you also knew what they thought about those facts and what they felt, because they're so actively trying to conceal it. It would be good to just know, like, not even in the same piece, but like next to it, like here's why I wrote what I wrote. Here's what I think. Just more transparency, and then we don't have to be like reading between the lines of like, is this? Oh, this person. Oh, I see. This person's like a libertarian, or like, oh, this person hates Biden. That's why he's quoting him this way. It's like, just say I hate Biden in your byline, and then I'll know when I'm reading it. Like, okay, this guy hates Biden. Now, great. That'd be helpful. So I want to do that.
Okay. What happens in a situation where your movement gets co-opted by an angry mob that is doing not just a disservice to what you're advocating for, but even to your emotions, and that they're making it seem like you were mad about things you were never mad about, that you wanted certain things that you never wanted?
I'm sure I will address if people start misconstruing things I've said, I will tell them that they're wrong.
And what happens if somebody co-ops leadership and then people no longer want to listen to you because there's a figurehead willing to say what they want them to say?
then they will listen to that person instead of me.
Okay. And that's fine?
No,
Oh,
that would suck.
okay. Is there anything that you think we could do to prevent that? Because that's what I'd like to
That's what
prevent.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
just
and so I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
as
figure out.
worried about this as you are. So if you're, it would suck, but I would like to know if you have any ideas. I'm open to hearing them. If your only idea is don't talk about your feelings so much, then no, I don't accept that. Do you have
I
another idea?
So do you feel you're concealing yourself if you select different means for where you express your opinions?
Yes.
Yes. So if you say like you were choosing between like going to one newspaper or another, and then say you like brought me in, which you're not going to, I know you wouldn't, but you
I
brought
under
me in and we like plotted this together, and you're like, should I go to this paper or this paper? And we decided
yeah, I
this one.
understand.
Would
I
that
get where you,
feel?
I,
I'm just
I get
asking.
where you're
I'm just
going.
asking. I'm
Yes,
genuinely
the
just
answer
asking.
is yes. I already said yes.
Okay, so you would want to go to both because you've thought of both, basically.
Right. An artistic emotional or even emotional expression is like it's like poop. You feel it forming, and once you know it's there, it has to come out.
Right.
And if you don't let
There's
it out,
only
then
one
you
type
are
of eel.
repressing.
Okay. There's only
Like
one
when I'm
type
talking
of
to
eel.
Shaylin.
Okay.
Shaylin,
if I
is
notice
that
that
is
I'm
that
if
your
I'm
fiance? Sorry.
Eel. Okay.
well, we're not engaged.
There's only
Oh,
one
sorry.
type
Is
of
that
eel.
is that the person you're in
Okay.
partnership with?
It is the person that I'm in partnership with.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what language you prefer. Sorry. I'm not deeply familiar with like
I prefer
your
girlfriend.
relationships. Okay, yeah, I have
Girl
no idea.
girlfriend.
I probably should have guessed that actually. That was a bit of a mess up on my part to not assume that you would prefer. I genuinely thought I had heard somebody had told me that she was like you two were engaged, so I apologize. I had clearly completely misheard. But
Well,
I didn't do a ton of fact checking on
we'll
you.
get married one day, but
Okay.
right now we're not engaged.
Okay.
Sorry,
that's an aside.
I just don't feel that we've earned that from each other. No, I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay.
When I realize I'm mad at her,
Mm-hmm.
once it's articulated in my head, then I have to tell her. And if I don't tell her in the words in which I want to tell her, then to some degree I'm holding it in, repressing it, or sugarcoating it.
Okay, right.
So if I think, wow, that was really fucking annoying, but then what I say is, it would be nice if sometimes when you are going to do that thing, if you would just do it a little differently. To me, that's like some kind of repression. I gotta say what I was thinking.
Okay. I'd be curious, is there any time where you've been able to like in any way like caution your speech for whatever purpose where you didn't feel like you were compromising yourself? Like has that ever been something that you feel like you were able to
No,
do?
no, there's certain situations where I'm willing to compromise, obviously.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, okay.
My relationship with Shaylin and my YouTube channel are compromise-free zones.
Okay. What about with newspapers? Or what else had you said? Newspapers, talking with other gamer coaches, which is totally
Sure,
within them.
there's a certain amount of decorum that you can have in a different format, but YouTube is not. That's
like a sacred. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Would you go to? Here's an alternative. Maybe rather than being preventative, there's a way that you could protect this situation without. I mean, I guess I should ask: to what extent do you care about protecting from this situation of this becoming a like a witch hunt, basically?
A lot. I don't want anybody to.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't want I want people to talk about Dr. K. I want people to ask Dr. K tough questions that he has not answered.
Okay.
I want him to be held to account. I do not want him to be harassed. I do not want people to insult him. I do not want people to attack him. I don't want people to spam his chat. I don't want people to spam anything. I don't want people to do anything that interferes with the I want his own fans, his own audience to ask him about these things I'm raising if they want to know about them. I do not want my fans going over to his channel. I don't want people doing anything that interferes with his normal day-to-day life.
Hmm. Do you think there's any way that you could like to some extent like discredit yourself in this is like going to be sounding like a weird question, but basically kind of like discredit yourself to some extent in the videos, particularly where you like scream and like I think you had said like go unhinged at the video.
I think that's pretty discrediting in itself.
mm, I wouldn't say so. I think like once you have once you have like a relationship with viewers and viewers of a certain thing, like I think they tend to just want to believe what they see on screen,
I
right?
don't agree. I think that actually prevents a certain amount of parasociality when you are like not telling them I think part of what develops parasocial relationships is when you're telling the viewer what they want to hear. But I'm constantly telling my audience things that they're like, oh, they're like, I really liked your last thing, but like, you really have to do this? Like they're a lot of them are DMing me and being like, are you sure about this? Like, I don't know if you should go this far. I'm not sure. Um, so I don't think I agree with you. I think that being more transparent actually prevents the
So
parasocial
I
dynamic.
don't know if I'm convinced that the screaming unhinged would discredit you to some extent because people listen to
Well,
Alex
you
Jones
haven't
for
seen it.
years.
There's only one type of
Alex
veal.
Jones
Okay.
is
And yet people took
screaming
his
in
word
a
as like
different.
gospel. And like he's literally memed everywhere, but there are people who absolutely took his word as gospel, right? There's
No,
memes
but
of him
Alex
being
Jones
like
is.
ingratiated with goblins and like all these like ridiculous things. But
Yeah,
people
but he's not screaming in a way that discredits. It's not vulnerable. I think vulnerability can prevent some parasociality.
I would say like the vulnerability is going to make more likely to people like kind of buy into you because you're being authentic, right? Whereas if they think that Alex Jones is just putting on a show, you'd assume more people would be like, ah, he's putting on a show.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't agree with you.
That's fair. I don't
I'm
think
I'm very
vulnerability
impressed with my
discredits you.
own. I'm very impressed with my own ability to not form a cult of people who agree with everything I say so far.
That's fair. I just don't think vulnerability discredits you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess I'm saying the transparency that comes with it
Yeah, I
prevents
think
like
like
cultish behavior.
transparency and vulnerability are somewhat like not one and the same, but they're definitely like interlinked. Like it's hard to be vulnerable if you're not transparent to some extent.
Yeah.
It's why like you say with me as somebody as a practitioner, there's a certain level of vulnerability I probably am not going to engage in on my social media for certain like reasons, right? Which means people are going to honestly be like, you're not as transparent as like MrGirl, and I'm like, yeah, I probably am not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
I'm
don't
starting to
think
like
your
mentally
vulnerability.
fall apart in this
Okay,
conversation.
okay, I apologize. Would you like
Uh,
to stop? Because I don't want you
yeah,
to like get
I think I'm
distressed.
like, I think, I don't know. I don't mean I mean like, cognitively, I'm starting to like
Exhaust.
disintegrate.
Okay,
Yeah, I think I'm exhausted. Yes.
that's fair. That's super
Um,
fair.
can you give your closing thoughts, or
Um,
how do you want to wrap this up? I
that's a
can't.
good question.
Uh, it has to end.
Uh, hmm. Okay, closing thoughts. Do you think that we are still friends or have the potential for friendship?
Yeah. Friendship is tricky when there's like money involved.
Yes,
Like we're
for
not
sure.
just chatting. We're working.
Yes,
I would
that's
say
true.
we can have a friendly colleague working relationship, but friendship is it's never going to be pure.
Okay, like in
I
uh,
like you, as if that's what you're asking. Yes.
that's fair. I guess like there's definitely an interest on my part to be friends, but that's definitely like people would probably think that that's monetarily
L
related.
underscore L
But
underscore
I
L
have a
No, it
job
underscore
isn't.
L
outside of stream.
underscore L underscore L
There's
underscore
no
L
way to know.
underscore L underscore.
Sorry, I'm getting a screaming cheer. I don't have my chat open, but every now cheers have come up, and it was a
You're
really long one.
we're in a corrupted or in a corrupt environment where you cannot proclaim your innocent intentions.
I want to be friends. That's as simple as it is for me. And I have a job, so like the monetary benefit is, yeah, I don't really care about the corruption. I'm just interested in being friends.
Well, I know, but if I blow up, being friends with me will also make you rich. So I think that we have to, like, and likewise, if you blow up, being friends with you will make me rich. So I think we have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but that doesn't change that. Just like outside of that, I just genuinely am interested in being friends. Like
there is no
I would be
that.
game to like I'm pretty bad at video games, but I'd be game to like just play a game outside and things like that. You know,
sure,
like,
we can hang
because when you're
out, but
talking
that
about like
doesn't
money
mean that,
and stuff
we're
like that,
still coworkers. There's money everywhere. There's no way to escape it.
I mean, we wouldn't be making direct money if we just like hung out. But
We don't
and
have
for
to
me,
be
Twitch
making
isn't
direct money.
isn't work for me, right? I don't know. I guess
There's
Twitch isn't work.
You can't.
Fuck you. We're friends. We're gonna be friends, and that's fine with me.
You can't rationalize your way out of this.
Okay.
We're trapped.
You're gonna have to deal with it. That we're gonna be friends.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I have to go unless there's anything else you want to
Nope.
say.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate you taking the time. If you want to chat again in the future, even about other stuff, I'm very curious about your gender and sexuality stuff. I find it very interesting. So,
okay. Yeah,
that would be
sounds
something
good.
I'd be interested in.
Let's do that. And let me know if you have any other thoughts about this.
Okay.
And let me know if you do my experiment with your colleague.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch your video and then I'll message you back basically.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.